This is Mad Apple Extreme, live from the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company in Appleton, Wisconsin. Get ready for the extreme in pool entertainment. This is Mad Apple Extreme, live from the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company in Appleton, Wisconsin. Get ready for the extreme in pool entertainment. Welcome to the King of the Hill.
Welcome in, everybody. This is going to be a great match tonight. We're here for the King of the Hill. I'm Kendal Quickfire Cook. I'm in the booth with MH Potting Penglase. How are you, MH?
Thank you. Very well.
Good.
Another fun-packed episode of Guess Who Has the Largest Cranial Radius. And Chris G, the tech guy, is
Chris
included.
G wins.
We'll be taking votes.
Yeah. All right, so who won the leg? It looks like Ray, and they're playing 8-ball. Ray's the challenger, so Jeremy, this is his 4th week consecutive, although he did voluntarily gave up his throwing a while back.
That's right.
So undefeated. We should know that, number 2, but we don't. But more importantly, make sure you guys get out there and share the stream tonight. We really appreciate it. This is going to be a great match. We got 2 players that are, I think, extremely focused. I like watching both of them play because they're tough to break focus.
Well, yeah, and I've been asking people, who's favorite. And actually, people think it's going to be close this week. And, in fact, Ray and his dad Roy and brother Barry are all very confident, and they've been going around taking additional bets on Ray. So
nice, yeah.
So they are feeling confident.
Well, yeah, and they should be. Ray's playing good. I mean, he definitely has been playing a lot of pool, and he always finishes strong. He's just a mentally tough player. I think watching him play, he's even when he gets down, you can't give him an inch. I mean, if
he's asking for a round of applause. He's
the people's champ.
The people's champ.
So I gave him the heads up, no concession on games, no conceding games. They're playing 8-ball, which you can see. Race to 15. BCA PL rules. Cue ball fouls only. Should be an awesome match. I'm really excited.
Nice. Hey, thanks for all your work helping me make sure we had everything set back up. It was kind of a scramble getting it done, but.
And then we take it all back down for Wispa.
Yeah, but I know, but we got it perfect. It looks great.
It is good.
And
oh, everything's moved, though, so here we go. Let's go over to the P-Shower Custom Q overhead.
And before the Whammo tournament, Ray and Mason were giving me breaking advice.
Oh.
Giving me some of their secrets. And you can see there, Ray does sometimes break very well.
How many did he make there? The 11.5 sticks out to me right now. That's obviously one of the problems. You could get that off the 9 right here if he decided to take stripes.
Bank it right now and be done.
Oh.
Possibly. Make it be a bold statement.
Well, I mean, if you played the 9 right here and you ran into the 11.
He might have an angle just to draw back from the 15.
Yeah.
And tap the 11.
He's got a lot of choices. But I
Yeah,
think if I was playing just looking at it spontaneously, I would say I would cut the 9 and try and break into the 11, intending for the 15.
Yeah, it's nice to get the 9 gone first because it's got to get out of the way of the 14 and 13, so it has to go soonish. And the other reason to do it soon is after you...
But he's looking at solids, I think.
What?
Looks like he's looking at the 2, doesn't it?
If he can break it out while shooting the 2, why not? Solids are then easy. It depends where the 5-ball ends up. Hits it hard. Now, it's risky hitting it hard because you mess things up, and they had a nice lay there. He's just sent 2 stripes down towards his solids, and
the 5 is what got in trouble, huh?
He's lucky that he didn't really fuse up some of those balls together, and it's not nearly as good a looking lay as it was moments ago. I feel that he could have played that much softer and just tapped it.
Can you see a difference? We moved this camera, the regular end view. We moved it much closer. It's probably about 10 feet closer, so it's not as zoomed in.
Your perspective is going to be different.
Yeah, I really like it. I think.
And the colors look the same between the left and the right today.
Finally. Yeah, a lot of good tweaks we made here in our rush, get it done job.
On one of the screens last time, the yellows and the oranges kind of looked like each other. But here you can see him.
You got Fong Win checking in. He is one of our guys here. He's down and out, but he's guessing 15 to 12. Ray South Strip Skenandore, so he's voting for Ray. Steve C. I'm pretty sure that'd be Sir Nicky. And says, how's it going? Looks like a great match. I totally agree. I'm really getting excited to see these guys hit a gear.
So and here's the problem with that shot choice. His first shot, the 5 ball only had the 2 ball up here to help it, and now he doesn't have any solids down here to help him work on the 5. So he plays safe right away. If we were scoring, which we're probably supposed to, you might count that as an error, would you? Because he had a nice... Is that an error? I mean, he had to break him out, so I guess it wasn't wide open.
Yeah, and you're supposed to be scoring. Well, I forget to say.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's all you.
So I just wanted to check whether that really would be considered an error.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. He played... No, maybe not. Chris has all the rules of that, but we're going to...
Chris, you still listening?
Wing it.
I mean, it's really opinionated on what you call an unforced error. So normally what I do is it's usually a miss that you didn't intend, a scratch.
Yeah, I mean, he played
foul.
safe, right? He chose to play safe, and sometimes that could be the right shot. So, yeah, I guess that wouldn't be
He's just giving.
So then I'd mark 1 up for safeties played and not call that an unforced error.
Right.
Right. But he'd call it an error because he knows he had a good chance and Jeremy's going to get out.
I mean, technically, it could be both. You can play a safety and screw it up, so it would be an unforced error.
I would say the unforced error would be Jeremy making the shot. So safety would only be successful or considered not to be an error if it created.
And that's why we changed that stat to safeties played, because it was so tough to, decipher that.
Yeah.
Safeties
So I agree. I think it would be an unforced error because of the fact that Jeremy played the shot and made it.
But you may play an amazing trick shot to get out of a safety and couldn't call the safety an error then.
JJ Matey is voting on Ray to win tonight.
Wow.
Said he likes Jeremy, but he's also voting on Ray. I don't know if these guys have seen Jeremy play or...
Well,
I'm just kidding.
They've seen Ray play.
Yeah, correct. But I think Jeremy's the kind of player that rises to the challenge. He knows he's got a tough player here in Ray
That was a
tonight.
lovely little shot, wasn't it?
So he's probably coming in a lot more focused than he has been.
He threads the needle.
Gonna work here. He's just going to draw this back up and play it. He's going to try and get about where he is right now and shoot the 8 in the upper left corner. If you guys haven't gotten out there to share this thing, make sure you do. We really appreciate it. It's going to be a great match to watch tonight, so get as many people going as you can. Got more than perfect. He's sitting about exactly where you'd want to be for this shot. Let's get back over and take a look at this shot real quick.
Yeah, look how
nice shot coming around this ball.
He gauges. He's digging down, so it's just like a little stun, or perhaps a little draw shot. Maybe that was just a stun.
Yeah, and came around it clean and perfect, so really well played.
Yeah, you bump the back of that 15 and push it over towards the 8. But you managed to avoid it.
Oh, Chris, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Maybe a little tweaking on the focus on this one, I think.
I'm telling you, it's tough. You can get the diamonds in focus, but it looks a little strange.
Oh, no, it's horrible.
Yeah, Jeremy's face is just blurred.
It might be, yeah, right, but the table and the diamonds are clear.
Yeah, Jeremy's face
I disagree.
just looks
The
like
diamonds are not clear right now, or the balls.
Could it be the $20 monitor?
No.
We could try.
I'm telling you.
On the fly here.
It needs a tweaking. Don't do it right now. We'll switch over in a second. It's clear enough. I mean, this is easily as good as 1980 ESPN, but way better.
Yeah, the balls don't look clear, do they?
You ever watch the ESPN, the old stuff?
Oh,
Holy
no,
cow, you
back-
can barely
well, no,
can barely see anything. Be hard to watch. Right, just barely gets that 10 ball to pocket down in the corner. Take a look and see what he's looking at here.
When I was a kid, we'd watch snooker on TV in black and white.
Oh. What?
Yep.
Can't even be possible.
Oh yeah, it was black and white when it started.
How did you know?
Well, because they have spots, and you do. And there's actually a famous, well-known sort of, they call it a blooper from the commentator, but it's really not as silly as it sounds. But he says, yeah, for those watching in black and white, the blue is the one behind the brown.
Dirk Pops, 15-9. Jeremy is his guess. It's got quite a few problems. I mean, honestly, for this rack, if you're going to run out, he's going to start out with solids, it looks like. Yeah. Go after the 6. The 1 is the issue then, because he can get on this 2 right now. If he can play into the 12, it's probably a good angle to get to the 1. If he can throw that in, I don't know. It's still tight. Better if he could bump the 11, but I don't think he's got an angle to do that. Patrick was asking if they actually had TV when you were a kid.
Yeah, we had, my dad said we were the first one on the block to have remote control, but it really wasn't. What it was is a big, long bamboo pole that he would keep behind his chair, and he'd press the buttons while still seated in his chair.
That's funny. I remember my dad bought that antenna with the rotor, so you had that thing you'd turn it.
Yeah.
Pick up one more channel.
Yeah.
All right, looks like he's going to bump the 11 here. He didn't quite get there, so tied it up a little worse, actually.
But yeah, no, the commentator on the snooker match said, for those watching in black and white, the brown is the one behind the blue.
Nice.
But it's not as stupid as it sounds, although everybody took it that way, because obviously the blue is on its spot. All the colors have their own spots.
Right, and it'd be rare to have it very far away from its playing spot, correct?
Well, mostly, yeah.
The color, right.
When the pros play, yeah.
Well, right. Well, no safety here. He's decided he's committed. He's going to still try and get out. Ooh. Just overcuts it. He had a pretty good line there. He could have broke into the 1 here. Off that 5 probably.
Yeah, but he may have
or played shape on the 4 to get there, right?
Yeah. And then just the right hit on that stripe.
11 there.
Between. Well, yeah, maybe. I was thinking, because you got to still break the 8 out. I was thinking the other stripe. That's between the 8 and the 1.
Well, Ray's got one choice here. He's got the 9 ball up in the corner pocket. I think that's about the play he's got. So he's got to make it work from there. The 12 is his issue.
And Ray is the self-proclaimed people's champ. We'll see what he's got for us.
Certainly is.
I don't think you can be the people's champion if it's self-proclaimed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who, me?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
Like,
the people have to call you the champ if you're going to be the people's champ.
Oh, Chris G tuning it in. Almost had it. All right, 9 in the corner, lays up nicely for the 15.
Well, that's not very good, is it?
I think I'd play the 15, roll into the 14, leaving an angle for the 13 to play into the 12. So 15, bump the 14, leave that angle to play off the top rail, and back down into that 12-8. Because you're going to have the 14 up in the right-hand corner pocket.
Yeah. And he's got, he's got 2 balls.
Much clearer, Chris. That looks way better.
Make sure this 15 drops into the pocket.
Cool. Yeah, it was off by, I don't know, a nanometer. Yeah.
So that's perfect. Now he's got a nice angle. He can play this 13. He might not even have to play into that. That might just go up in the corner, even better. I bet you it does. I'm going to take this back as soon as Chris is done.
I don't know if that's a nice angle, though, is it, really, on the 13? It's kind of straightish.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he can just roll up here and play the 12 up in the corner. So he's not going to try and... Yeah, right, just like that. Beautiful little stun shot. Made it look easy, but got the perfect angle here. Fred Renner, thank you very much for the like and the share. And good evening to you. I'm jealous. I'm always jealous of Fred. Fred plays more pool than any human I know. We're pretty close.
Where does he play pool?
Everywhere. Don't you watch it? Oh, you don't pay attention to Facebook, but
Well, I'm in here all the time.
Criminy.
I don't see him.
well, Fred doesn't live anywhere near here.
Well, there you go. That's why I'm asking.
Nice shot. I think you can just roll up without getting in trouble.
Oh, tap on the one ball.
Maybe. Oh, it might be a little steep. He might have to do some work here. Play to draw between the 8 and the 1. No, he's just going to hold it. So far, we've seen some pretty good 8-ball. Not too many mistakes. We got the one safety mistake by Ray. One to one.
And winner breaks, is it?
It is a little bit about Mr. Skenandore. It's a 676. He's 43 years old from Green Bay. Must have typoed that, but obviously that's Green Bay, Wisconsin. Shoots with a Predator Q, 12.4 Revo shaft. Victory soft tip. I just switched to that soft how I'm not happy with it.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I would have had you put the hard on. I might have you change it to the hard. He's been playing 40 years because he said he's been playing since before he remembers. So I figured that would be about 3. Cool.
Nate said he'd commentate if you want. Anytime. Give him a thumbs up.
Perfect. Anyway, so favorite player, how can't you like him, Fed or Gorst? I had about 4 pictures to choose from. I thought that showed Ray's intensity.
There's no pop break that he was
Yeah,
telling me
found
about.
it.
Little,
Oh, just barely gets that side pocket to drop in.
yeah, and that's deliberate, that little jump on the cue ball. He was telling me about his pop break. And there you saw a good example of it. The cue ball just bouncing up and down, staying close to the center of the table. Ball's completely splattered all over and wide. So breaking like that, he definitely has a chance to string some break and runs together.
Take a look at that again. Just getting that side pocket shot to go. Well, this is about as open as you get, I think. Get ready to click off that break and run, I think.
Well,
bit funny there.
he's shaking his head.
Yeah, you got a little funny.
It's really not that bad, is it? He's okay.
It
Well,
is,
because
though, kind of.
well, yeah, the tempo you have to take these in the right order because of the.
He can't really shoot the 13 right now, so it's either the 14 or he's got to play that the ball he was intending, which was a 12, and pop back out past the 2, which is the shot I think I prefer, but
Yeah, and
Ray's going to draw back here. Oh, is he going to go forward? Can't tell. Maybe around the 8. Yeah. Or next to it.
Oh. He was trying to get on the 13. He needs to get on the 13 well so that he can use it to stay on the 10. But he's still got another option here.
Fortunate. He's got a good line yet.
But he does have to draw back because he doesn't want to just stop there. He needs to.
He's looking at it to see how bad it would be. Yeah. I mean, I think it's just a worst case scenario.
He would love to be right there instead. It's simple as stop there. Which means draw back on the 12.
Right, which means you got to be short of the 8. You know, I mean, you want to be long, if anything, on this shot, but obviously the 8 becomes an issue. But I think he's straight enough. Yeah, wow.
Holy moly, did he get into that?
That's that soft victory tip. Now he's got the 10 off the 13 as an option, or some type of safety. But I don't mind this 10 off the 13, but you really don't know that you're going to come out of it with a shot on the 13.
I'm going to have to teach him my secret to controlling the distance on draw shots.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what is he doing? Pointing at the bank, but... Oh, he's looking at the 13 off. Just going to straight bank the 10 ball? Maybe.
Kiss off the 13. What do you mean, bank the 10 ball? Into the side there?
I think he's banking the 10 cross side straight away, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, if you draw it hard enough, you come off the end rail and back out for the 13. It's, you know.
And it doesn't count as an unforced error unless it causes him to break down. So I have to wait to see if he makes this and gets out. Because then, it would not be called an unforced error.
Let's see him hit this with a lot of draw.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
Did he end up short, though, on this 13? I don't think he can see it. That's crazy.
Wow.
Great shot there by Ray. Take a quick look again while he takes a look at this 13. And did you see his cue ball? Did you watch that? How much he had on that cue ball? He's still looking, so we'll let that run one more time.
Yeah, let me see this.
Just watch his cue ball after he draws this out of this bank shot. Watch his cue ball off the top rail. Ready?
Wow.
Really had some zing on that. All right, so lined up on 13. I don't know what he's doing, but here he goes. Yeah, he didn't quite have
Little
it.
Massey, yeah.
I think he wanted to believe he could get there, but...
Well, one thing he proved with those 2 shots in a row is he doesn't have any problem generating draw.
No, not at all.
That first one, way too much, and that last one, that looping one, which drew after it bounced off the rail.
Yeah. Oh, boy, I'm missing all kinds of stuff here. Let's see.
Either the table's shaking or the camera is.
Which one?
Wobbling.
Oh, yeah, the end view.
Yep. It's because it's...
Must be the ceiling shaking.
Oh, is it attached to the ceiling now?
Yeah, it is.
It's not on the TV like it was last time?
No, this is the other end. Oh, I forgot about that other end. We'll have to switch that up, too.
It's the other end.
Yeah, this is the correct end.
Oh, it's hanging all by itself in the ceiling. Yeah, how could it be shaking?
Well, the ceiling is moving. Uh-oh.
Well, I'm going to mark that as an unforced error for each of them in this rack.
Wow, that's a big mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we have this end now.
And huge reprieve for Ray. Ray's unforced error not going to cost him the rack. Probably. Possibly. Well, he's got to control this draw shot. Now, he may be a little wary considering he so much extra accidentally on that last one.
Right, do you end up short?
And he's still overdrawing it.
Yeah, that's okay, though. I'd rather have that than be too short on that shot. So now you can roll forward here. It's really not, if you look from over his shoulder, it's not that bad of a shot.
It's a spot shot. But he's almost in the kitchen on a spot shot. That's another unforced error. J-Feds.
Yeah, J-Fed's getting a good chance here.
J-Feds. Unforced error is not going to cost him. Maybe.
I want to thank everybody for joining us here at Mad Apple Extreme tonight. We do appreciate you liking, sharing, all that stuff. Make sure if you haven't subscribed yet, you do so. We got a whole bunch of great matches coming up, and we're excited to bring them to you. WSPA coming up next week. So King of the Hill takes reprieve one more week after today.
No King of the Hill next week.
Correct. We'll be at WSPA covering that all weekend for you, the Teams Championship. So looking forward to being there. Combination. So we're going to try and hold it here for the 1 ball. Hope that he doesn't put the 5 in trouble. Nope. Not only didn't he put it in trouble, but he hung it in the hole.
He's not quite on the 1 ball how he wanted.
I don't think he minds this. I think that's kind of where he was.
Gets it.
I think close.
Favorable little tap on the 4 ball. The 5 ball's there just in case he doesn't get on the 4.
Yeah, and he didn't because bumped out.
Kind of went behind it, didn't he? But he knew the 5 was always going to be there.
What's going on, Red? Mike Legoo checking in. Nick Lake says 15-13 Ray.
Evening, Mr. Like.
Jeremy with a nice little 2-rail position around for the 8s. Setting up to take 2 games to 1. And he does it. Well, we saw about Ray. Let's see about Jeremy. Jeremy, a 7-10 Fargo rate, and plays quite a bit. He just had a new child recently.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, their parents. And I mean, Rhonda I can see, but it's a little scary to think of Jeremy as a dad. Just kidding. I've seen him as a dad, and he's been doing, looks like he's enjoying it. But he plays all the time, still maintains his 7-10 Fargo. He's 43 years old from Sun Prairie. Plays with a Viking Q and a white carbon shaft. Is that actually a white carbon shaft? Looks black to me.
I think we've been there before, haven't we? It's a
Yeah, probably.
WHYTE. The name.
8-ball favorite game. He's been playing for 22 years. He started when he was 21, so started pretty old, actually, to learn. So pretty impressive that he's gotten his game to where it is, starting that late in the game. Favorite player, Shane Van Boening.
First dry break of the match. And he narrowly escaped scratching there. He kind of lost the cue ball.
That's kind of a mess.
And Rays may have an advantage if he's breaking better. I think the, what's he looking at there? 10 ball goes in the side, and if he feels he needs to nudge the 3 and the 13, that's his opportunity to do it. So he's got to get a good angle on it. So he would use the 9 to get on the 10 in the side.
Yeah, just to give it a little bump, right? And then you got the 15 next. That looks pretty good there.
Yeah. And
you don't want to push the 9 too far.
Use the 8 ball there to control his angle on the 10. Right. Yeah. If you're going to nudge the 3 and bump the 13, you definitely don't want it to travel anymore.
Well, it looks like it may hit square enough on the 2 that it wouldn't necessarily get you in trouble.
Yeah, that's what you said, isn't it? He thought he could risk it. I was going to say you don't want to play it just absolutely dead weight, so it just barely touches the 2, but
Or except for I was calling it the 9.
he is okay.
13.
In fact, now the 13 will be his last ball of this rack before the 8.
Yeah, probably. Yep. 15 got a little tough because it's over the top of the ball, but might come down for the 14 right now. I would consider it. Come down for the 14, then come back for that 12. Just kind of leave
But
that 15 hang out in the middle.
if you have the option to shoot the 11 and get on the 15 in the side right away, I think you just take it. To
Yeah, that'd
get
be
him,
good.
Get him out of there.
Yeah, come between that 5 and 1. Is that what you?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It's surprising he hit that as hard as he did. Look at the follow on that.
Well, I don't think he quite had it. I think
Do a
he had to
replay on that
kind
one,
of
Kendal.
throw.
It was really strange that because a lot of left-hand spin and then follow, which kind of counteracted and fought against each other, those two. Watch how this loops.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Thanks.
that was when you see how close he was to brushing the 8 on the way through, he was trying to just bend that in with a little side.
Oh, it's when the doors open and close. The roof moves.
Oh.
Got it.
Yeah, just need to reinforce that pole that you've got there.
Yeah. Al says, how come these guys never miss like that against me? Well, that was a nice looking table if he could have got that ball off. I think I would have chose to come up to the 14 though, unless he really had. Looked
Well,
like he
yeah,
had
I
to
mean,
spin it around it.
Right, the way he must have, yeah. And when I watched the replay, the cue ball barely missed the 8 ball on the way through. And the fact that he ended up still hitting it thick, that's why he had to hit it harder than you thought he might have.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
was-
and then it
was-
had to release at the right time too, so that he didn't draw back and get,
Right.
you know.
So that was a sophisticated shot that he was trying.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to play a sophisticated shot, Ray. But considering all that, yeah, you're right. He had other options up table. Now, Jeremy, on the other hand, does not have a clear, wide open table here.
It's not bad. The 6 is really the issue, right?
And the 2, yeah, 6 and the 2.
The pick 2, I think, goes if you look at the side camera, not the overhead.
Isn't that weird, though? Because it definitely looks like it does from the side camera.
Yeah.
It really pretty much looks like it doesn't from the top camera. Maybe that's the shadow on the 2 ball.
Yeah.
You're not appreciating there's so much space between the 2 and the 13 on the overhead view, because that shadow is making the 2 ball look a little bit bigger than it is. Yeah, and so he chose to draw straight into the 8.
Well, he came
He's-
out okay.
Yeah, he's okay because the 2 goes straight up. He's still got to figure out how he's going to get on the 6. Because he's only got one pocket. Oh, he's on the 3.
I don't necessarily like that. I think you still use that 3 to get on the 6. but-
Yeah, right. 3 seemed slightly better than the 2 to get on the 6
that-
ball.
You just feel bad, even though the 2 was the right shot there. He didn't want to take it because he got a little bit fortunate to get there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Insist on another way.
Well, I doubt that's going through his mind.
No, I know.
He's
Well, he
gonna
did. He
feel
did get
guilty
the
'cause
12
he
in
got a good
trouble a
help.
little bit here.
Yeah.
14 down here. You shouldn't have too much trouble getting over there, though. No, it's not the angle he was looking for. Maybe shoot the 11 here and come down table for the 12. I don't think he's got enough of a cut here, does he?
To just stun over
Maybe.
close to where the 3 ball is so he can shoot that stripe all the way down the long way, down the side rail.
Oh, plenty.
Well,
Hit it too
he
hard.
could have, but that's not it.
Hmm.
Yeah, and looking at his body language and he's definitely that went awry.
Yeah, I think it's because he was forcing the angle.
I mean, so he's going to shoot the 15 presumably, and you see where he's lining up there, a thin sort of shot on the 11, which allows the cue ball to either find a way to get behind that stripe or even go into it. But if you are going to go into it, you want to give it good speed.
I mean, I wouldn't want to run into the 12 just because you got both pockets covered down here. That, you know what I mean? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, that's no good at all. 3-railer off the 11. Might as well. What else are you going to do?
Well, he could kick the 11 in.
Yeah, he's got nothing on the 12. You got a big pocket on
With-
that 3-railer with that 11 sitting there.
If the cue ball, when he's kicking at the 11, catches the second rail before he hits the 11 and he has good speed, cue ball then comes up table. All of a sudden, the door opens
What's up,
and
Nate?
Nate Mindham forces his way in.
I might need to start a social movement. I might need you guys' help.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm losing to one PK2 by 2 votes with 1 hour of voting left.
Okay, where do they go to vote? Nate Mindham needs your help. You got to go to...
I need to figure out how to get into.
All right, he's going to give us a place for you guys to go to vote. You know, this what might backfire. What if these are people that don't like you, Nate? If they don't like you, they might go and vote for the other guy.
The way that I look at it is only about 48% of people hate me. So I think
So
I'm
you get
prompting about 2
Ever
votes.
so
I think
Ever
you're
so
right. I
slightly
think
ahead,
that's right. Yeah.
It's prob-
I just hope that maybe it
That's what I like about you. You're a realist.
very accurately
65,
reading
35,
the stats.
something like that. Maybe if I'm lucky.
3-rail best shot. I agree, Pat.
Getting real close.
Did he play it yet?
It's fun, isn't it?
No. Is he looking at it? What do you think, Nate? 3 rails off the 11 right here.
What do we got?
He's stripes. I mean, what else do you shoot? You could kick the 11, but you still got nothing on the 12. Oh, 1 rail, too. You could do miss the corner inside, play it up there. Does anybody know what he called follow.
I think you just poke and pray there. I don't see a shot there.
Wow.
If there's a shot there, I don't know it.
3 rails all day. Lots of room.
See, I don't know how to enter the chat feature from my phone.
Is there? So what is it? So what are we voting for?
Yeah,
they
let's,
can
Can I
Google
send
it.
to you?
let's assume we don't know
Yeah.
what you're talking
just-
about, Nate. And,
Send
Oh,
it to me and I'll
there's,
put it.
so the Queue It Up Network is involved with the
Here.
Oh yeah, sure. So Melina Mike and Doggin' It podcast, they put together a 68 of the most influential billiard industry people, and Queue It Up Network was lucky enough to get one of these spots. So we played Rasan tables first round, and we were lucky enough to win that. And now we have 1 hour left of voting in the second round to get into the Sweet 16.
Oh,
And we are playing against one PKT, the apparel company.
oh, there you go.
Melina Mike's, which is a great billiard
Yeah.
brand. It is great. But
Yeah,
This
but
is all
not
about
good.
blood.
You're right. This is
This
about
is all
winning.
about
This
blood,
has
yeah.
nothing to do with who's better or worse or different or
so
they're all good.
if anybody feels adventurous, I'm gonna send you this link, Kendall. Maybe
All right,
you
I'll
can-
put it out there.
If anybody wants to go and vote for Queue It Up Network, it would make me very happy. There's 1 hour of voting left, and I base my happiness off of whether or not I win in some arbitrary popularity contest that happens over the internet.
Perfect. There you go. Have your microphone back.
Thanks, MH.
Right. All right. So where are we in the match?
I'm gonna go. Sorry, I'm in the middle of voting for PTK or whatever it was now.
No.
JK, LOL.
Right. Don't worry. There's 52 others. All right. Yeah. Send it and I'll get it up. All right. All right. 3 games, 1 game. Jeremy Fedkenheuer in the lead. Couple of mistakes by Ray so far.
Yeah, Ray's had a chance to be ahead in this match. Let's see if Jeremy can do better with the break, because Ray's shown on all of his breaks so far that he's breaking really well. Well, his 2 breaks. Jeremy not yet, but we're early days in this long race to 15.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, these guys, table running monsters. They'll speed up a couple of these games. let's take a look. We've taken some stats. Take a look real quick. We've got Ray Skenandore. He's got unforced errors 3. Dry breaks, we got 1 by Jeremy. But he's also broke a couple more times. And safeties played, we just got the 1 safety played by Ray so far. So
And no breaking runs yet. Ray had a couple of good chances from his breaks.
So really the obvious here, the 3 unforced errors have given Jeremy some opportunities to win a couple of games.
And
so.
that is another dry break.
Yeah, click that up.
So the Skenandore fans out there on the edge of their seats.
On the edge.
And the stripes are all open. Solids aren't unopen, really. I mean, that 5 ball you can get on those those 3 balls that are grouped together. You know, the 10 ball looks nice, and the 13, and then you get the 14 in the side, and you're looking good. He's looking at shooting, lining up there. He was looking at the 9 ball, but the 9 ball might be your last ball before the 8, and it's just a stop shot. And of course, the 15. You have to get on the right side of that. So really, both groups here do have a reasonable chance here.
10, he's going to set to the 13 next. The 9 goes up in the corner, so I'll be curious to see if he plays 2 rails around here to try and get inside of that 2 ball.
And that is what he was just lining up, is that 9 ball all the way up past the 7.
Yeah, so he's going to try and come around 2 rails with this 13 and bump the 2 or come inside of the 2.
And that means that 14 there that's close to the 3 goes in the corner. He's got a lot of speed on that
bumped
shot.
right
Unusual.
into it. Okay.
Surprising, really.
Kind of got in trouble. Does he still have the 11, though, maybe? Yeah, he is fortunate. He ended up getting the 11 out of there. And he's still got the 14 there to slide over and maybe get a little better angle on this 9.
Well, he may just take his medicine and shoot the 9.
Over the ball? Ooh, brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can do that. I mean, maybe. I don't like that shot. Jacked up over the 1 like that, it gets pretty tough, I think. Especially since you do have the 14 down there where you can work with it. Yeah, we weren't even in the running, Patrick. You gotta actually like be boisterous. Let's see. I suppose he told me he was gonna send me that, so.
Yeah, and the 15 is sort of awkward too. I mean, it's got a pocket in the side pocket, but it's a very small pocket from that angle. And he's taking his medicine. He's doing something with the 9. Must be cutting it. Watch this shot here. A bold move, this is.
Oh, almost got it off the 7 there.
You could have used a good fluke there. Well, that
was tough, though.
Combination of two errors in a row, 2 half errors, and that's going to count as 1 unforced error. Because he put himself in that position. And solids look good. And the 1 on 3 is not a combination, but he's got 2 balls over there that he can use to get on him into the same pocket that he just shot the 3. And so he's nicely on this 2 ball. The choice he has to make here is, do you stay down there and get those balls, or do you use this opportunity to take the 7 and 4 out and then come back for him? He's down there, and he's, if he likes, where he's sitting on the 1. If he shoots the 5 ball, he has to use it to get on the 6 or the 1. He's actually on the 1, so he's just going to take it out first and draw back. And it's not bad to leave the 5 and the 6 to the last 2 balls before the 8. But he doesn't have to. If he's on the 7 good, it sort of makes sense just to shoot. If he's got a good angle, to just roll forward and end up on the 4 in the side.
Yeah, I like the 4 here next.
And that kiss on the 9 ball, he knew was not going to let him get straight on the 4.
All right, so I just threw that link up there for those of you guys that want to help Nate out. Go on over there, help him see if he can stay into the Sweet 16 for that, as he said, pointless hole.
So pointless. He felt
He
the need
wants
to
to
burst
win.
into the comedy box and tell everybody about it.
That's all right. You gotta use the tools that are at hand. That's all there is to it.
He works it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
If I'll give one compliment to Nate, he works it.
It's funny. All right, 6. Gonna draw this down, shoot the 8 in the same pocket, I'm pretty sure, unless he can stop it and play it in the side. But if he's got too much angle, he'll play that. Yeah, just like that. Couldn't hit it any better. I like that angle. Take a look at that 6 again. Just come down table. Setting himself up perfectly for that 8 in the corner.
So we've had several racks from Jeremy's break that were dry and awkward that Ray's had first crack at and not quite made it.
Yeah, I
And-
think Ray's got to play safe after the first
And
shot.
on Ray, well, yeah, he's not going to do that, but he's not going to give up on running out this early in the match, or probably at any point in the match. And the ones that were broken by Ray all opened both opened up beautifully well, much nicer, much more runnable, and he didn't quite get it in those racks either. Although he does have
Just
one
doesn't
rack
quite
on
get
the
to the finish.
He's got one rack on the scoreboard, but so he's had shots in most of these racks.
Well, he made one.
Yeah, that's good. He
That's-
controlled the cue ball. It did pop and bounce a little bit, but he hit it. He didn't power it so much that it flew off the table.
It's a good shot. It's a tester for a first shot, but I think he's going to play this combination in the corner.
I'm assuming he deliberately let the cue ball fly to the side rail or go towards the side rail, whereas Ray is popping it and stopping it in the middle of the table.
Yeah, 15 ball here. Table gets immensely simpler if he can make this shot. And he did. Another combination. You're going to push this 9 up.
Yeah, if this combination on the 9-12 in the side pocket works out well, he's probably going to. He doesn't really have to shoot the 13 first.
I think I
He's on it. So he's on this combination, so yeah, shoot it.
think I would play the 13 here first.
Only problem with that is you kind of have to draw back, and you have a chance then to get the wrong speed and not have as nice a shot on this combination. Plus, the 13 might be your safety net. There are so many balls in front of that side pocket there that, yes.
I just think he's a little too straight on the combination, truthfully.
Well, maybe if you stand behind it and he doesn't like it, yeah, he can. But
I think I'd rather be a little bit closer to his tome chalk on the rail there.
if he's reasonably on this combination, shoot it now. The other reason being that this is complex. If it's perfect, yeah, the 9 stays shootable, but there's so many balls there that if you don't hit it quite right, balls freeze together, and all of a sudden you create a problem. He hit that really hard.
Yeah, drew it back.
He knew the one ball. He could just punch the one ball out of there. It almost got in trouble on the 11, but he's okay.
So it's kind of
Surprising that.
kind of correct though that he was pretty straight in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chose to do that. So I think that's why there was a debate there. But he decided he was so straight in he could draw it back as he did.
Was it a big debate? I'm not even going to finish that one.
Yep. Draw back, nudge into the 14 ball here for the 11. I think he'll have it if he can pull into the 14.
We'll let everybody make their own jokes out there in the audience.
Yeah. Yep, perfect.
Yeah, that's good.
Got to hit that much better. I think he got far enough, didn't he? It's kind of the overhead doesn't look like he did, but looks like he's lining up for it.
He sure is.
Couple of stop shots here to finish out the rack. Nice.
You know, and Ray says that 8 ball
Forward,
is
he's
his
just
favorite
gonna
game,
Tap
but
it in,
Ray identifies 8 ball as his favorite game. But guess what? Jeremy is really good at 8 ball.
Well,
And that was this is the first break and run from an awkward. The break's still not working that great for Jeremy, but because that was awkward and difficult.
good run.
But he did run out and he controlled it and he found a way to simplify the situation.
Key shot here. Got back far enough so he had the 11. Really placed that ball nice.
Judging those 2 little kisses well. That was just exactly as he imagined it.
Landed perfect there. Agreed. It was the master to be. Oh. No, I'm not saying it's.
There you go.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat got the joke.
Well, anyway, so Patrick also said that he just logged into that poll tab. And he said 3 people voted within like 5 seconds. So it is making a difference. So if you do want to help Nate stay in the running, run over there and vote for him quick. There's only like a half hour left, I think.
Actually, Patrick, I was going for the word mass, not master, but so yeah, did the same thing with the cue ball, where he's deliberately cutting the rack a little bit, sending the cue ball to the middle of the side rail.
That one not so successful.
And another dry break. And again, sort of all clustered up. He needs to get some breaking lessons from Ray there.
Is that really the only break and run that we've had?
Yeah. Because Jeremy's breaks have not been working that well, and Ray didn't run out on the 2 beautiful breaks that he had.
Well, he's got to get something moving here because he's still stuck at that one game. And Jeremy's starting to run away a little here at 5.
And so this is another one where you're going to have to play really good position and judge some little kisses. And what Ray needs is a good run out here. Get some momentum. Ray does have very good temperament, so I don't think the beginning of this match and what's preceded so far is really going to change much about the way he is right now. He's going to keep on at it because he knows that happens in matches. You've still got a good chance to win them. But it all falls down, 1 or 2 decisions. And he's really got to come with a good plan here.
Well, the 3-7 is the issue, and the 4 isn't that much better. And
Yeah.
it's not like you can pick things out of the way for him. They're blocked.
No.
So you do have to
Y-
actually play into those balls.
Right, and he's not on the 1 ball to do that, which I think he might have thought he was going to be. He does have the 2 ball, which he's got to make sure he doesn't
Run into the 11
get denied
there,
by the 15.
Yep.
He's not done yet. He's still got balls and some options.
Yeah, you got to start moving some things, though.
Oh, wow. I didn't mention it before. I was waiting until the camera got a good shot of it.
What's that?
His Stars and Stripes glove, which he has now changed.
Oh,
He was wearing the old red, white, and blue on his glove. And maybe that's the difference.
could be.
Switching gloves, and now all of a sudden, look at that shot. Definitely giving himself a good chance there. That shot opened it up really nicely. Should probably do a replay on that one, Kendal, for later. Because that position was looking like it was getting out of control for a minute there. And after that shot, back in control. Except for the fact he needs to find a ball that he can pocket now. So really he's not in control unless he actually finds a shot that he can.
Oh, see, Cue It Up's now up 14 votes. Keep it going, guys. He's going to get there. One little pimping in the booth.
I wouldn't call him that.
I said Pippin. I don't know. He should probably owe us like steak dinner or something if he does pull this thing out. Set up another vote for that.
Ray's got to pull one out right here. He had a shot before on that 9 ball that didn't go. Doesn't have difficult bridging on this one.
Oh,
Is amazingly close to going in, but I don't believe. Check the rule book. Nope, that doesn't count. Could have used
3 goes in the side, so I think he had a chance there.
Could have used a heavy contact and a bit of chalk, dragging that forward and a bit of throw. Anything. And that ball would have gone. And sometimes you overcut it, anticipating that it's going to throw.
Yeah, if he played that high, if he would have dug down a little bit on that shot.
And even just a little bit
Would've
softer
thrown
on that exact same line might have
Also-
fallen in. Not much softer, but a little bit more.
Yeah, Nate was Jeremy's road dog on the way here today, so he came over with him. This is, I mean, now that the entry on this is $500, I mean, it's a couple grand a month if you win 4 weeks. It's a pretty good chunk of change.
Yeah,
That's a
it
perfect
makes,
shot
It makes
there.
it a pretty serious match, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's, a couple grand a month is a good.
How long is your list of challenges?
There's a few now, so it's good. It's better. It's grown now that it's more worth it. So if you are interested, make sure you get. We should have the QR code that we can just post up. People scan it. I'm gonna work on that.
Yeah, so you are going to attract some players, and of course other players are going to think, oh, that's too much, and drop out.
Yeah. Good, they didn't stand a chance anyways. Just kidding.
I was just going to name one who had a chat
Well,
about
I don't
it, but
chat-
I'm not
I
going
don't
to say that now after that
I've
comment.
decided. Hey, you know how IHOP went to IHOB for a little while? It was International House of Burgers. They had that whole ad campaign. I'm going to change from quick fire to misfire for a while.
There you go.
Can't seem to make a ball.
Is that what your wife calls you?
Misfire? No.
Well, it also came up as I was chatting to this unnamed potential King of the Hill challenger who may not be now is having the Mad Apple stream adding the third part to the bet.
Third part. What?
Well, like if you bet, if it's whatever the dollar amount for the players is, but the Mad Apple adding something too.
For what?
I don't know, just make sure that we have enough challenges.
We already don't make any money.
Yeah.
So now you want me to not make money and pay money?
Yeah.
My goodness.
And it's costing you a free meal, which I already ordered.
Right. Plus I pay the commentators.
Do you? I didn't know that.
Well, you don't count.
Oh.
You get paid on your regular job.
Well, then I'm not turning up next week.
You couldn't give this up. All right, Jeremy trying to get this to 6
I'm still not turning up next week.
and does. Yeah, me neither. There, click the link below if you think you have what it takes. Patrick Lynn put it up in the chat.
Another rack for Jeremy. Haven't seen much of Ray recently. And if he does get his break working, this might be tough for Ray. Cue ball's going to bounce to the side rail. They don't really open up very well like that, do they? It's 3 in a row that have been very similar, those breaks.
Yeah, I'm not a...
I'm scoring another.
It worked the one time for him.
Going to get many break and runs if you can't make a ball on the break. And Ray is left with another first shot at the table off one of Jeremy's dry breaks, and yet another awkward, clustered dry set of balls. And yet again, they're all on that same side of the table. But he still has chances here. If the 14 goes in the side pocket after the 11 and 10 are gone, then he doesn't have to do much else other than get on it, shoot these two out of this combination, get the 11 gone, and find a way to get on the 14 in the side. And actually, what am I talking about? The 14 probably goes past the 8. Can't tell for sure, into the corner pocket. And if that's the case, he's going to get on it right now. So we'll find out. No, so that tells you no. 14 has to go in the side if you want to run these without having to bump anything. He's kind of laughing to himself. Looks like he's good on this 13 ball. That looks perfect. Just a hair of an angle so he can go down and get the 15 next. So the transition will be the 15 to the 14 in the side. So this might be, yeah, like he wants the cue ball to be pretty much where the 15 is now after this shot. Gently roll this in. No. More controlled little stun shot, let a little bit of angle. So he's done this well. He's picked these off nicely. He's left himself exactly where he wanted to be on this 14. And he's got a chance to complete this table run. Doesn't count as a breaking run. And we're not scoring run outs after your opponent's dry break. But more importantly, it still counts as a game, which is what he cares about.
Yeah, so Patrick suggested that that break that Jeremy has been using could be a tactical break, trying not to make it too great.
Working on the assumption
There
that
comes
he
Ray.
himself can run out a difficult rack more often than his opponent.
Well, Ray thinks that Ray's going to try and run out every time and give him an opportunity, which has proven true.
Right, if
up
you run
until
out and
this
give
time.
yourself a break down, yeah, of course, that's the worst
So
thing you
there-
can possibly do.
There he goes.
But there we go, nice run. He fist pumps the air. All right, Ray. Now, he's only broken twice so far, but they were both very good breaks. And if he can keep breaking the way he did, he definitely has a chance to run some. So he's also hitting the head ball, but this is not the same. He's going to try and keep the cue ball in the middle of the table and not go to the side rail. Wow. Right, he got lucky, he didn't scratch there. Didn't hit that as center as he wanted. Lost it, lost control of it. But he's okay. Yeah, and you might think, well, it looks like stripes looks a little bit better because of the way the 1 and the 5 are. But you have to be able to make a stripe if you want to take them. He does have a shot on the 12 ball. Cue ball kind of... He's got to make sure he controls the cue ball on that thin shot on the 12 if he chooses it. And he's got difficult bridging on it. He definitely could choose solids if he just doesn't like that shot on the 12.
Nice. Up 27 votes now, so good job, guys. Keep it running.
And one thing you might not like about stripes is if he does play on the 12 and navigates the cue ball around those solids, so he's on the wrong side of those, the 9 and the 15. So those two solids are kind of blocking the pocket for those. So look at this. He's going solids, and he's going to take the 5 ball all the way down. Scratch that. In the side, off the 7. Speaking of the 7, that's the one that rolled off, and yeah, now he's eyeballing whether he's going to use the 4 to nudge the 7 or just set on it. If you get straight on the 4, you can get straight on the 7 all the way up. I was looking ahead a little bit because he's probably going to try and pick off these 3 balls first, the 1, the 3, and the 6. before he leaves those two at the other end to try and finish.
So obviously, guys, this only works if you're watching on your TV, but if you want to take a look at the form you can fill out to sign up for any of our challenge matches, just scan that QR code up in the upper right-hand corner. Let me know if it works. Should work. MH, you could try it right there. Oh, come on. It's trying. All right, 6 ball in the corner.
Well, on that screen, trying to scan that barcode, didn't
Not
get
a
it to work.
barcode. QR code.
Arrow.
Hmm.
Okay, so here's a speed shot. He needs to control this cue ball. He's going to follow it all the way down. Looks like where he's pointing his cue that because he's got an angle on the 3. He's not really straight on the 3. Which means he may not be able to get straight on the 4, and he has to concede that cut angle on the 4 that he was just lining up. He's got to follow. Oh my goodness, that worked out perfect. I don't know exactly what line he was really trying to play there.
Good,
I don't know what exactly. I mean, because he ended up perfect, I can't say for sure that wasn't it. But my spidey sense says no.
Well, the thing is, he's almost 2 straight here. I think he could stop and really cut it, but I think you almost draw back and run into the 4 and try and slide off one side or the other. Obviously, I can't tell how straight he is.
And earlier if he's trying to put a little low on this ball, earlier in the match he showed that he's been overdrawing shots by a significant margin a couple of times.
Did he end up straight in? Pretty
Wow.
close. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot.
He'll settle for that.
Yeah.
He's going to probably have to raise the butt of his cue, and Jeremy's going to be watching carefully to make sure he doesn't double hit. But
John Mager, how's it going? Joe V, good to see you. Said good match. Rooting for Ray. He said stop for lunch today. Awesome salmon. I had salmon today too. I agree. It's very good.
Joe Vermiglio, the Italian stallion.
It's helping us run our car show again this year. We're going to have our car show in August.
That's right, yeah.
All right, Ray to try and cut this. Oh, boy.
Oh, dearie me.
I was worried about fouling on that ball, I'm pretty sure.
You know, and he's trying to hit it soft enough so he didn't overrun on the 8 ball, and you can see that he's pretty good on the 8 ball here, which means he kind of somehow didn't pick the right shot. He had to hit it harder, and he would have overrun the 8 ball. Pretty much had to hit that twice as hard. So misjudged, misplanned that shot. He was also concerned to make sure that he wasn't going to double hit that cue ball.
Oof. Ended out okay on that. Played every bit of that pocket.
Except for the middle.
So for the middle. Got there eventually, though. Yeah, 1 ball hell is right. That's how it goes. You need, when you're in this position, you need your opponent to blatantly miss a ball that leaves you an easy shot. because most shots are going to be a semi-defensive shot.
Yeah, and as you said, it's very few safeties played in this match so far. Both of these guys are really just trying to go at it virtually every time.
Big shout out to all our sponsors too. We really do appreciate them. They are rotating up in the corner there, so once in a while when you're bored, pay attention.
Because that will sure get you out of your boredom.
Indeed.
Jeremy showing that he's controlling the speed of his draw shots perfectly.
8 ball is going to go in the same pocket as the 11. Good speed around.
Spinning it so it hits the second rail for control.
That's the angle I like here in the shot. Oh boy. Tell ya, I can't believe that went, actually. Watch the shot on the overhead when he shoots this. And that is exactly the kind of ball that I see rattle. Oh, I shot a bit quick, so I'm going to do this again. I'll leave it run through. Here, watch this, MH. For sure the overhead. Just watch where that ball hits on that outer point right there. Holy cow.
Yep.
And I thought he jawed it. Pretty good showing for a 10-ball tournament tonight, it looks like. Did you see how many were in?
No, but yeah, it's a full house again, isn't it? Every table is being used again.
Yeah.
Well, they opened up better, but still no balls made. That's Jeremy's 5th dry break of the match.
Crazy.
This time he's got a nice wide open table now. Ray really needs to do something with this. He's taking his time to figure it out.
Yeah, tables
Yes,
are all open tomorrow. Paper.
Can we go to the overhead view? Just take a good old read of this table. Please. Thank you.
We already did that.
Well,
you weren't paying attention.
Well, I still haven't figured out what he's supposed to do here. Neither is he yet. Yes, he has. He's down. He's getting down.
Sometimes you just got to get rolling.
And there's been a couple of racks here where he was wide open and closed everything up after a miscalculated tap. And it looks like he's just done it again there.
Yeah, didn't do him any favors, but he does have the 12 down the rail.
The 10 ball only has pockets up table, which means he has to get the cue ball underneath it, and there's not. Well, he does have ways to do it, but this is a tricky shot here. Well, he hit it in such a way that he had no problem not scratching. And that, of course, was a problem. That's a big miss there. It wasn't even close, that one, Ray, but that ball was so close to the side pocket, and judging, I wasn't sure if he was going to go off the point. To add sort of complexity to that shot. And in the end, he didn't even get close. And Ray's now going to have to be tortured and sit in his chair for a while Jeremy figures this out.
Yes, it's pretty good out. The 2 ball, I think, becomes a little bit troublesome. Because you got to get the 1 out for it to have an obvious pocket. It does go up here past the 14 too, I suppose. Might go on the side past 13. That's really the ball I think I'd be focused on trying to get out.
Yeah, and if he...
Once you remove the 1, it's not bad, but...
Well, that's right, and he's going to probably either get on the 1 or use...
2 ball on the side. So he did decide to play that. And it's nice here because he can just roll forward and the 1 will go past the 12 right about where he's standing in that corner. So I think you're going to see him just roll this ball forward.
And if this 2 does go in the side, then it wasn't really as big of a problem
Oh,
as
he
we
hit it
thought
hard.
it was. Yeah, he only had half a pocket there. Small pocket, it looked like. Reprieve.
Well, I mean, he got to a point where he's only left over the top of a ball, stretch shot, back cut on the 12.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's still a chance, and I'm sure Ray's happy to have it.
well, Ray, as you
That's-
can see, is not short, so he's not going to have a lot of trouble reaching it. And he may actually have a window there between that 8 and the 3 for a good line to stroke away at this ball.
And I am not a hairdresser, and I usually don't have hair cutting tendencies, but I would love to run out there with a pair of scissors and just trim that off the side of Ray's head.
Well, I don't know that you're the one to talk, honestly.
Are you kidding?
No, have you seen your hair?
I use the Flowbee. You know what that is?
Yeah,
I love my Flowbee.
Yeah.
Plugs into the vacuum. It's the only thing I've ever bought off an infomercial that I really use all the time.
I can hardly tell you use it.
Well, maybe it's time for me to go. I cut my hair in about 5 minutes.
No mess. No fuss, no
That's right.
muss.
Plugs into the vacuum. Different length attachments. It's definitely the best way to cut your hair. Okay, so he probably was.
LJ, I agree. That was a really nice cut on that 12 ball back between those 2 balls.
And that was a good shot there too. I mean, he went all around the table to get on this ball in the side. He relieved that he didn't overhit it and get behind the one.
Well, he's giving himself a chance. I mean, this table was not real terrific.
Oh, LJ Bryceth.
What? LJ Bryceth.
Bryceth, yes.
Bryceth.
Well,
Maybe you heard of his dad.
yeah, Jerry.
Yeah. Same pronunciation.
Because
looking
the
at?
other
Is
LJ is in the room, and I saw him watching earlier.
Is he looking at the carom to the 11? Is
LJ
that a shot?
The other LJ is over on the table watching this match as we speak.
Yeah, Chad Yaz, Mike Lemire, LJ.
And of course, Little John is an undefeated King of the Hill player.
Bryceth, right.
Bryceth. So it looks like he's got a kiss combination. And control the 9-ball, so he has a shot on the 9-ball next.
Perfect.
Almost.
I don't mind this. This isn't. Well, maybe it's a little further than I thought it was. Yeah, he might be a little further than I thought he was. I still think he can roll this ball in.
Yeah.
I think you'll see him control this around 2 rails.
What's he thinking? He has to hit it so hard that he's going down table. What's he looking at his cue down there for?
Maybe. I don't know. It's always tough to tell this kind of shot from.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to get the 9-ball with enough speed to get to the pocket. And where's the 8-ball? I mean, the cue ball's drifting past the 8. Yeah.
He did hit it harder.
He didn't want to hit it any softer because if you hit it softer, you start worrying about actually making the 9.
That's pretty brutal here. I mean, it may bank past the 2.
And
That's a pretty tough shot.
And it may thin cut.
I don't know if he can get enough to thin cut that ball. From the overhead, it doesn't look like it, but. Yeah, he's got to bank it. This is touchy because where you want to hit it to is almost going to hit the 2. The shot that you're trying to play. Just looking at safe. Trying to set him down here on the end. Leave me the combination or that cut on the 1 ball. Looks like that's what he's going to do. Maybe push the 8 in front of the 1. Try and hold that line to leave the 2-3 combination is all. So off 2 rails, he's going to come off the side rail first and then try and push the 8 in front of the 1. And just leave it down on this end.
Wow.
It's a pretty good shot. I mean, he left the 1 open. But the idea was there.
All right, so he has given Jeremy a little challenge here. But he's got a good shot on the 1. He's not gonna think about any kind of safety here because those shots are just as difficult to judge as, or maybe more.
Yeah, you
got
to just stroke this ball straight.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Wait, he was playing safe.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Could be.
2-way.
Could be.
He may have been a 2-way shot
Definitely
where he
not.
was focusing on the speed of the cue ball more than anything else.
Definitely not out of the question. So.
Interesting that.
I don't even
Guys
know
in
if
the
you
chat-
can jump.
guys-
Try and jump this.
You guys in the chat can vote on or let us know what you.
Yeah, do you think
What
he
he was
played that
playing there.
safe? I think he did. I think it was 2-way.
And when you play a 2-way shot, it's a mistake not to prioritize and focus on one of the options.
Yeah.
Just let the other one happen by itself if you planned it right, but you still got to focus on one of them. And that might have been a safe. I don't know. Really, I think you're better off just shooting the 1 in. because I would find it so difficult to judge the speed
Jump,
of that save.
cut, past the one in the side pocket. This would be
This would be amazing. He's only got, I can see right down the line of the shot here, and he's only got a tiny fraction of the pocket. The one ball's really taking a lot of the pocket out of it.
no, caught the
It's a
3.
moot point. A moo point if you don't get over the ball and hit the 8.
He just caught the edge of it, not by much. Thank everybody for all the likes and the shares. We definitely do appreciate it. Good match so far. You got some great 8-ball going on here between a couple of great players. Ray, unfortunately, not finishing all the racks that he probably needs to be in the lead.
And Jeremy just about to pass the halfway point to his goal of 15. Still got to bear down and make this 8-ball.
Yeah, he had to leave himself a little bit of a cut, but shouldn't be a problem at all. So, James Keating says 2-way for sure. I know what you mean, though, Patrick. Ray was undefeated last year, 5 straight. Then we went to Fridays, and he couldn't play anymore because of his job.
We pushed him out with the schedule. Clever scheduling move.
Yep. Nobody could beat him. We had to get rid of him somehow. Just kidding.
Well, the scoreline's pretty one-sided at the moment. We're not counting Ray out yet because we know how good he plays. We know he's got potential to break well and make balls and run out. And it's winner breaks.
Jeremy is smooth, and smooth pays off. I agree.
Yeah, and that's a better break from Jeremy. This one offers a potential run out.
14's the trouble. All the rest of the stripes look good. 3-ball's the trouble. All the rest of the solids look good. And the 8-ball is not owned by either suit, so
Yep.
it's really just that 14-3, which one you're more comfortable with. Can't tell if the 3 goes between the 14 and the 8s, because then the 6 would be a good lead into.
Yeah, if the 3 goes past the 8, and yeah, like you say, it actually kind of looks like it doesn't, but he's looking at it right now, so it's obviously close. He's squinting at it, pairing, closing one eye. And if it does, it's actually a fairly simple pattern, isn't it? Use the 2 to get on the 6 and then the 3.
Yeah, I think he'd like to
At
have a
some
little
point.
less angle on the 2, though. You know, I
Well,
think your
from here-
opening shot for the solids is what makes solid
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, where he has it.
He's gonna
he's
go to
got-
stripes, yeah,
Wow.
maybe.
He's considering it.
I mean, if you roll forward here for the 13,
If you get the right speed and get the right
Yeah.
angle on the 13, you can go into it.
but the 10 is also a problem just because
Still.
it's only got that side pocket. So
I'm surprised, though, because he could cut the 4 ball in and end up Z-banking backwards and
oh,
forwards and
he's
stay on
gonna
the
hold
1.
on.
So what if you don't get the right speed?
Yeah, he got a bit far here, but that 8-ball is gonna save him. So
He's still going at the
just
13.
got a center ball, hit this, and run into this 8.
He's going to roll the dice a little bit.
Oh, he didn't even have to hit the 8.
Wow, it's amazing how soft he was able to hit that.
Perfect angle. I don't know what I was talking about.
Yeah, soft enough that he didn't send those solids into trouble and lock up against his stripes. So he's actually nudged him out of the way.
Rolling Star, what's going on? Keep in mind, I kept saying the 10 ball is the issue. He's got it figured out now, though. Little draw shot. Slide this down table.
I mean,
Not very hard to hit.
goes nicely in the side, doesn't it? So this is all about speed, whether this is simple. And that looks perfect. Just drifting past straight, did he? I don't know if he did, actually. He's kind of straight.
He's got to go forward, I think.
If it'd gone just an inch or two forward, it would be so simple, wouldn't it? He actually doesn't have to do anything. He can cut the 8 ball in from right there. He could play a stop shot.
Run into the 2.
Oh, he did have a little angle. He cheated the pocket a little bit to give himself a little angle. It's always nice when you nudge your opponent's balls to the side rail like that. Cluster them.
I don't think Ray's going to get the chance to worry about it as Jeremy finishes that out and gets to 9 games, only 6 away from being a 4-time champion.
And that was a break and run.
Oh, do we still have the coins up here? I don't know. Did we get rid of those? I bet they're not on here anymore. Chris, we're going to have to get those back.
That's Jeremy's 3rd break and run. And worrying signs.
Let's take a look at the stats here, see what's going on.
If Jeremy's break is working well, that's worrying signs for the Skenandore fans out there.
5 dry breaks, although he's broke multiple times more than Ray, so not really comparable there. 7 unforced errors compared to 2. That's pretty big. And breaking runs, obviously, based on the wins, he had 3. And still just the 1 safety played, I believe. Unless you call the 2-way.
8 ball break.
Jeremy should have a safety there. Right? That 2-way? Well, we don't know. I guess we got to call it a shot.
Yeah, I mean, and even if it is a 2-way, you can't really count it as a safety, can you?
And it wasn't really a mistake either, so.
And he's lucky that 8 ball ended up rolling in, otherwise it would have been another dry break. It's amazing how many Skenandores you run into in this area and in Green Bay. And whenever you run into a Skenandore and you say, oh, I know this other Skenandore, and they always say, yeah, we're not related.
Yeah.
Right? And we finally figured out why.
Yeah.
Because they all come from the same place. They're all natives.
Oh, what's going on?
And Rayanne Skenandore, who's actually right there, explained it to me.
Are you missing a bridge or what? Should be a bridge on the table. What are they looking for? Oh, he's looking. He wants him to watch the hit?
Yeah. He was looking for his phone.
Oh.
Oh, he's decided.
He said, to heck with it. I'm just going to re-break.
8 ball break, you have your option. He spotted it, and that doesn't commit you.
Robbie did. Robbie got his silver King of the Hill coin.
So Rayanne Skenandore was explaining the name to me. There was they didn't really have, the natives didn't really have last names, and it all went through the mother's line, maternal family tree line, and so when they had to they were kind of forced to take names. Anyone who was in the Oneida tribe ended up taking the name of Chief Oneida, which was Skenandore.
Okay.
Or Skenandore. It was really basically means you're part of the Oneida tribe, is what having that last name means. So it's not that they're not related. They're just not necessarily immediate family.
Yeah, Patrick, do you know how many wins Jeremy had before he had to give up his throne? You'd be the guy to ask.
And it's often risky, isn't it? When you make an 8 ball break and you do have a chance and they open up and you think, well, I'll just break again, and then you end up not making a ball. But in that case, he did. So his break's working better. This is a nice one. Now he's taking solids, it looks like, which means he's got a plan to break the 8-ball out, because the 8-ball's locked up over there. Well, I feel like he was trying to get, and he may still have, an angle on the 7, but that 15 kind of came up. And there he is. Now he's got his angle on the 7. He needs to use the 7 to break the 8. Oh, that worked out really well.
It's tough here. How do you get on the next ball? Unless you shoot the 5. Even then. Shoot the 4 on the
Yeah, you're
side,
saying
you're
'cause
not going anywhere.
he-
Shoot the 5 in the corner, you're not going anywhere.
You're saying because he's not straight on the 4, he's going to drift past. He may just shoot the 4 anyway and give it extra speed and go up to the top rail and back down again.
I think he runs into the 13 down here if he tries to do that. I don't think you got to like this here. I think he's got to get a little bit of a roll, honestly. I was going to say,
Okay, now he's going to
he's
point.
not shooting yet.
Be like,
Going to be looking at this for a little while, I think.
he's following this through the gap between the 2 orange balls with left-hand spin, so he comes back down on the other side. Oh, he did hit the 13. And
Yeah,
that's what you said. You
next
said-
to
you
impossible to
said he
get
had to
off
hit
of
the
that ball.
13.
And the 5 would have been just as bad because there was no way to get back up table unless you just really dug down. So Ray may get a good look at the table here because this is going to be tough to make a ball or play safe. Especially as deep as he's hanging in this or in this corner pocket. Calling it up past the 8. Going to try and sneak it in on a slow roll. We're off the 8. Twice.
Well,
yeah.
another table run bites the dust.
This isn't too bad for Ray either because he can play that 14 off the 5 to open things up. He's going to take himself just a couple second break here. Gather himself. We'll take a look at some activity here in the room going on. A few matches. Good. Speaking of, well, he's not a Skenandore though. Arnold.
No, but he's married to one.
He's married to one, correct? Yeah.
And Ryan was explaining to me that it's not traditional for Native Americans to take the, husband's name, as it were.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all the family lines and groups are actually all based on the mother line.
And now a word from our sponsor. I agree. So, billet spin brownies. We'll just go through them as they come up across the screen up there. Except for Chris, got them set for like 10 seconds. Pop-a-lock. Pool players are horrible at locking their keys in their car, so he's a good guy to know. That C is a little deceiving. That's Christensen Heating and Cooling. I just spent like $15,000 with them because we had our front cooler go out. And there he is, John Kramer, Billiard Hall of Fame, Wisconsin Billiard Hall of Fame, preserving the history of Wisconsin pool. JP Shore Custom Cues, been with us from the start. Appreciate them. Got some exciting stuff coming up with them. Cutthroat Q Sports, Billiard Apparel. Go check them out. Mr. Brad Royce. Erickson Auto Trim, another great sponsor. He put or the auto start. Cue it up. I don't know. We should find out from Nate. Did it work? Did he win? Patrick, you should know. And of course, the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company. That's where we are. Clarion in, attached to us right here at the Mad Apple. The Kings actually get a free room every time they come and play. So they come and play. They get to stay there. Billet Spin. They're the ones that made those beautiful King of the Hill coins. Rich Stadler. Appreciate that. And back to brownies. And look at that. Just in time. Ray Skenandore back in the house.
He was back so quick, he waited to do up his pants until he got here.
Right. But he's back.
And his front.
Thank goodness.
Oh, I was hoping it,
I do need a coin for losing my keys. He said he thinks it's 5 weeks straight. Oh, my record is way, way higher than that. Well, Ray definitely needs to take advantage here. If he's going to get a chance, this is it.
he's taken a little break, washed his hands,
Splashed a little water in his face,
changed his mood.
combed
quick-
his hair,
Quick
tied his shoe.
crack pipe. No, kidding.
What? Jeez.
Joking.
Oh,
Not Ray.
I don't know. I think he needs to put his USA glove back on. I think
Yeah.
that's might be part of the problem.
Jeremy jumps up to peer around to watch the hit here. No problem.
So we started to say that 14 goes off the 5 to clear out the 8 ball.
Yeah, you got to
with
get
the
on
right
it.
angle.
Get on it good, don't you? Because it's definitely a shot where if you're trying to clip off the 5, you catch that 5 thickish.
I was kind of like
you can
13
miss
here
this.
instead of the 12.
Yeah, I like the 13 too. Because he needs to get back down table and, like you say, you've got to get good on that 14 ball. Yeah. And in fact, if you're trying to shoot the 14 off the 5, you may accidentally hit it off the 8 instead. It's definitely possible for it to not go in.
Careful.
We survived that one. His heart skips a beat.
Well, that's really a pretty good angle to come off the 9 to get proper on that 14.
Yeah, and if you can get straight, you can control the cue. Well, you don't have to do anything crazy. Yeah, right there. If he had ball in hand, he'd put it right there. But he's now going to get there off the 9. And you leave the 15 as your sort of safety valve. And if you do play the 14 off the edge of the 5 and you hit it thin and you hit it soft, the 5 may not get out of the way and the 8 may still be blocked by the 5. So this shot, he may take the 15 now. The only problem with that is you're not so guaranteed that you can get on the 8 ball nicely when you play this kiss shot on the 14. So I'd like to leave the 15 there. It all depends on how he likes his angle on the 14. Yeah, so that's what he's thinking. If I can just get the cue ball there and the 8 ball opens up, he's good. But there's a lot of moving parts to this shot.
I think I would have preferred to shoot the 14
And-
before the 15.
Yeah.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
It's a horrible angle.
Yeah, and there's so many moving parts to this shot, it's easy to forget about not hitting the ball too thick and missing this 14.
Or not hitting the
or
5
not hitting it
hard
at all.
enough.
Look at that.
Couldn't hit it
Hit
any
it
better.
perfect. That's a replay moment.
I would
Great shot for there for
completely
Ray
agree.
to show you that his mind is still in this match. And I know Ray, and I guarantee you he's still in this match. He's got a great very competitive temperament.
There it is, getting him to 3 games. Puts down the tough one. 8 ball coming next. I think the pool room is missing Sydney tonight. Normally we see Sydney running around like 10 times. I
Yeah.
haven't seen Seth over here once. What's
And
going on?
I saw something I haven't seen before, and that was Sydney playing pool. And turns out she's really good. She's got a natural, I don't think she ever plays hardly, but she's got this natural, square, perfect approach, and she's banging the balls in. And I was pleasantly surprised by that. Mason and I played Scotch doubles with her and Adam from the kitchen. Well, let's see if you can break and run a few here, eh? Oh. He can't believe it. He feels he hit those really good. And he did. How did a ball not go in?
Yes, Fong, we're missing you too.
Now he's ended up frozen on the top rail here. So that goes down as Ray's first dry break.
I'm actually just upset because I haven't gotten my mozzarella logs yet.
Oh, yeah. Maybe playing a combination on the 4.
4 on the side.
Well struck.
Came out okay because he ended up with the 1. Otherwise, he was in a little trouble.
Yeah,
2 ball goes 2, I guess.
Okay, but not great.
2
Yeah.
ball's actually good here.
Probably, yeah, better play the 2 ball.
I overcut that.
Yeah, and there may have been focusing a lot on how that kiss was going to go because he knew the cue ball was going to roll off a couple of other balls.
He's going to let Ray crawl back in a little here, maybe. It's a nice open table.
Sneak the 14 past the 15. And I can't really tell if that 12 ball goes in the side or whether the 5 ball is stopping it. And that would be the only ball that's not open. If it does go, he can just pick these off. And yeah, he's looking at
I think he's looking at the bank or possibly the break shot
Yeah, I think that was the break.
off the 9.
Yeah, that line he just pointed out was the break shot off the 9. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. He's looking at it again. So that tells you the 12 does not go in the side. Well, maybe I'm not so sure because he shot that 10 ball. If it does go, then you leave the 9 and 12 till last. So now I'm thinking that's what this means. If he leaves himself a real steep angle on this 9, then you know he has to break it.
Well, why do you think he wouldn't have to break it? Where do you think it
I
goes?
think he's just leaving it, till last to get on the 8. So I think
You
the
think
way,
it goes past the...
and he has given himself a big angle there, hasn't he? Why would you leave the break shot till last? He had angles on it before to do this. No. So
He's got a plan.
that answers that question.
Let's go.
He's played it great. Still a very small pocket. Got to make sure you don't somehow bring the 5 ball into this shot.
Well, and make sure you don't do what he just pointed at, and that's leave yourself behind the 2 on the 8. You are slow rolling this, I think. Great shot.
Great out.
Well, Ray not giving up yet. Gets 4 games, back by 5 right now.
Kendal in the commentary box, desperately trying to wave down the server. Jonesing out for his mozzarella logs.
Actually, I'm just thirsty.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I have drinks out here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, forget that. Ray, come on, what you got?
Well, he broke him open, but not... Oh, no,
Yep.
he did make the 7.
And his little pop break, so he is controlling the cue ball. That's how he hit the first two breaks in the beginning of this match, where he was breaking well, and you have to say that's a good result.
Well, him and I agree on that. I believe in transferring all your energy to the cue ball and leaving it there. Follow through is a waste of energy, I think, on a break. Follow through is to control.
Yeah, you get all those league pool players who say, follow on the break so the cue ball flies through the rack and hits him a second time, but it gets there so late.
It's amazing how many times it actually goes into the pocket when you do that too.
Yeah, you miss it, you bring the corner pockets into play. Of course, if you try and stun it and keep in the middle of the table, if you miss it, you bring the side pockets into play. But he hit that accurately enough that it did not have a chance to go to the side pocket. As your nudge, again,
He's got the 9.
a little nudge can ruin a position. And he's
I think he ended up okay because I think you can see the 9.
there's a couple of little misjudged nudges that caused him to be on the right away at the beginning of this match to be on the losing side. Does he have the 9? The overhead view
Yeah,
doesn't say so.
Yeah.
He doesn't have much at all.
12. 12 is tight.
Yeah, it might at slow speed. You may be able to let it brush across the side rail and still go in, cheat the pocket heavily. But that's another example, though, isn't it, of having a nice wide open table and just misjudging it slightly, getting yourself in trouble.
Gonna roll the dice with 12 here.
Look at this shot. Yeah. Had to miss the 9. If it managed to not make contact with the 9 there, that would have had a chance at that speed to fall in the pocket after it hits the side rail. But disappointment for Ray there. He's going to have to sit down again while Jeremy works this out. Jeremy now is planning what to do with the 3-ball.
Five off the 12 right here.
Risky.
Just throwing things out there. I don't know that I'd play it.
I don't necessarily mind that shot. If he was straighter on it, because it's a little bit of a cut, which means
Yeah.
you don't judge it quite well. And because the 12 ball's as high as it is up the table, you want to hit that one at slow speed. If you hit it hard enough that the 5 ball stuns off the 12, and you probably miss the shot. Unless you catch the 12 very, very thin, but then it's very difficult target to hit. I'm not saying I've got a better option, because you still got to figure out something with the 3s. He's called the 5.
Yeah, I mean, could roll up here and try and run into the 11-9 too. He's not, though. He's drawn out of this.
He is playing your shot, is he? Yeah, he played
Yeah.
your shot and made it look a lot easier than I described.
Hit it perfect. Good shot
What a
there by
brilliant shot.
Jeremy.
Yeah, and Jeremy does that, though. I mean, when you watch Jeremy play, it actually does look fairly easy, doesn't it?
Well, that's what he said. Just smooth, you know.
Great shot there. That's a really good shot.
This one's all worked out here, I think. As long as he gets high enough on the 3-ball here, he's going to have the 1 in the side. He's going to try and roll up.
Yeah.
Roll up there off this 2. Good angle to do it. Not that you want to run into the 8, but you almost want to play the angle as though you're going to run into the 8.
Yeah, good. Just
He
yeah,
came straight up
safer
to
that
the-
way, because what you were
That is
describing there, if
safer.
you get
Great shot.
if you get the speed wrong, and do run into the 8, you mess everything up. So he drew it
Yeah,
into
he
his.
doesn't like this because he's
No.
got too much angle.
He
yet.
still didn't quite get there. Yeah, that's full. And Kendall's been complaining that he's thirsty, and we find a unopened can of Mountain Dew right out the conduit,
Perfect.
which I'm going to bet with some fair certainty you left there. And how do I know that? Because we find cans of 3/4 full cans of Mountain Dew all over the place, and that's how we know Kendall's been there recently. We judge the temperature. If it's warm, then we know it was a while ago.
Right. It's exactly how I tell if I should drink it or not.
And that one's still cold, huh?
Perfect, yeah.
Got to negotiate this
Bump
little
this
nudge.
a little bit, yeah.
Perfect.
Jeremy going to make it to double digits. If he can put this 8 away. And does. 10 games to 4. Jeremy Ray closing the gap a little bit, but Jeremy coming right back, adding 1 in. And that super chat there by Chris G, $10. Thank you, sir. Goes to our juniors, of course.
And unlike everyone else who works here for free in the commentary, Chris G pays to work here.
Yeah. That's not true.
JK LOL. All right, Ray, you still got your head in the game? Mumbling to himself. Sometimes that helps. Remember Mike Siegel? They always used to call him the chirper, didn't they? From way back when you used to watch pool on ESPN before the internet.
Game's changed since that, though.
But I find sometimes it helps me to start mumbling to yourself and just let it out. Keeps your head a little bit clearer about your decision making.
Just got to be careful. Some of that can be sharking if you're not
And
too careful.
well, you're only doing it while you're shooting. You're obviously not going to be chit-chatting while your opponent's shooting. But 8-ball, there's a lot of sort of thinking here going on at the beginning of every rack, and at this stage of the game where Ray's had all these sort of potentially almost racks which just didn't quite work out, and this match is not going the way he planned. It's easy to get a little bit moody and start just firing at balls, and maybe in 9-ball that works better. 9-ball and 10-ball, but 8-ball you still got to make sure you've made some good decisions before you start shooting the balls. You got to stay clear-headed. And looks like he's doing okay here. He's looking at rolling the 9-ball in and potentially getting on the 11 if it goes cleanly past the 10. I think that's what he was looking at. He's got a very narrow, again, a narrow angle into this side pocket. Got to be struck accurately. He's okay because he's on the 14 here. Deciding whether he wants to use the 14 to get on that combination into the side pocket. Combination, side pocket. Cute, the 12 ball, of course, after this shot. Going to be heading down towards his other strike balls. And he's got to gauge the speed and the line of that and make sure it doesn't kind of mess these balls up a little bit. And with so many solids still on the table, you definitely don't want to be sort of bumping into balls and rolling the dice. Because there's a good chance if you do that, you end up tying your balls up and giving yourself a big problem. But he's okay there. He played that nice and soft. Less risk. Picking his angle on the 11. Now this is a draw shot that needs very good speed control. If he wants to get nicely on the 11 in the side, short or long, both make this shot that he's going to draw back for a shot on the 11 in the side. He can get himself in trouble. And he had a problem with his speed control on his draw shots before. Really a little stun and spin is what he did there. And this is not bad at all. This is probably pretty close to the angle that he wanted. Maybe he would have liked just a fraction less angle. But he can just roll this 11 in still into the side pocket. And yeah, maybe. It's tough to know. He maybe have just a little bit too much angle.
Yeah, whether you catch the edge of the 12 or
And
not.
the 12 does go in the corner pocket too. Oh, and the little nudge.
Just right. He actually ended up okay here.
If he'd missed that 12, he would have ended up probably straight in the corner pocket on the 12. But like you say, he's still got a shot. And like the Energizer Bunny, he keeps on going. And going. And going. A little bit weird though, this, isn't it? You have to sort of follow and roll it because you definitely don't want to hit the cue ball low and collide with the 4. If that's the case, you're really kind of rolling it in fairly slow. And look what he's looking at there.
I think he's got room to come on the angle of the 1 and the 4 and the 1.
Well,
and play 2 rails back out for the 8 and the side.
What he lined up there is just rolling the 12 ball in dead weight and conceding a thin cut on the 8 into the other side is what he looked at. Now he just looked at the other line. So it does go past the 3 ball into the corner. So he can give it more speed and end up over there. But gone with his first choice. So he knew he was going to end up with a very thin cut on the 8 ball. And this is just what he conceded that he was going to have to do because of that angle he ended up on that previous shot. So it's a big shot. Problem here, of course, is, well, several. A, make the 8. That doesn't have to happen. And the cue ball's going to be flying, and it may kiss. He doesn't want to kiss the 3 because that could leave him scratching. Oh, and he missed the 6. And judging those other kisses took your mind off clearly stated goal number 1.
Well, Jeremy's only issue is that 2-6, and that's not even an issue, but it's just an order thing.
And although these guys have played very few safeties, if Jeremy doesn't like where he's sitting, he's not going to play a safety here because he's got shots. But and it's not like him to play unnecessary safeties. Last thing he wants to do is give Ray some kind of kick shot on the 8 to get back in. But with all these balls on the tables, Jeremy does have options. So he's got a choice, and I'm sure he's probably already decided whether he wants to play the 2-6 combination at some point or whether he just wants to get on the 6 and pick him off, and I suspect that's probably what he's going to do, depending on how he ends up on these balls. Not perfect, but he's still okay. And whatever option he's going to end up with, either that combination on the 2-6 or just get on the 6 to clear it, you definitely don't want to leave it too late. Might be drawing into the 2 ball right now. Yep. And that turned out nicely. Yeah, he's got difficult bridging on this 2 ball. And he doesn't have to shoot it. But if he doesn't, he didn't solve the problem. No problem for Jeremy. So he's got a choice here when he shoots this 6. If he uses, he can come across obviously for a shot on the 7 in the side, and if he has a nice angle on it, he can use it to get on the 5 ball no problem, and that's exactly what he's done. I was wondering if he was going to hit that bit harder and just get on the 5 and shoot them the other way. But as usual, Jeremy shows you he's able to control the cue ball enough to get the right angle to make it simpler.
Games, 4 games away from maintaining for the 4th week.
And Kendall's here making secret messages to people. And I'm going to guess what that said. It probably said, find someone to get me some mozzarella lugs.
Darn right. I haven't eaten today. Oh, wait. Is that today? I might have had salmon earlier today.
Yeah, you already told us earlier, and everybody watching the stream knows you had salmon earlier today because you.
Was that today, though? That's the question.
Or was that last week in the comedy box that I said I had salmon today?
No, I did have salmon, but was it today or yesterday? Must have been today.
Pondering questions.
It was lunchtime, though. What time is it?
Okay. First scratch on the break. And a nice wide open table now.
Ray's got to take advantage.
Ray's had a few good chances with wide open tables. Not all of them, because there have been problems to work out. But on a little 7-foot table with all these balls on the table, even though they're wide open, still awkward. And you've got to thread the needle. And there really is no gimmies when it comes to running the rack. You've got to keep your head clear. Decision making, you still got to plan an exact route. And Ray is a seasoned player, a match player. And I'm sure he's still got the right mindset here to try and do some damage. So choosing the 13 ball as his sort of ball to get out of there and open things up. He still will then have to figure out something on the 10 ball, which is the only other major issue. So looks like he's accurately rolled forward for a nice angle on the 12 ball to get him on the 10. So he's going to go there right away.
Can't quite tell, but he might be a little bit on the wrong side of this 10 yet. He needed a little more angle, maybe. So you see him going down to the 15 instead of rolling over. It would have been nice for him to be able to get that 11-9 out next, but going to have to go down to his ball down table.
I see what you're saying there. That makes sense.
He would have loved to get that 11-9, you know, if he could have got a little better angle. Because now this is still tough. You got to play to the 9 here next, 9, 11, and then back out for the 8.
Because of where the 6 ball is, the 9 ball doesn't go up tables. So that means he does have to probably shoot the 9 ball now. Otherwise, he's got to thread the needle, and that's what he's showing you, shooting the 11 and sending the cue ball round the back of the 9 to the rail and shooting the 9 in the same pocket he's just about to shoot the 11 in. It's got to be hit accurately, this shot. If the 6 ball wasn't where it is, he would have just played a stop shot on the 11 and shoot the 9 all the way up and be done. Yeah, I didn't think he had much angle on it.
like
so
that
he
shot.
was eyeballing that stun shot, but he didn't really have enough angle on that 11. So, yeah, he's just showed you. He could just draw straight back. Almost wishes he had a little bit more angle on that 11 now, in hindsight. But he should be okay here. The speed he's got to shoot this shot at, because he's got so much angle on the 9, the cue ball is going to make it all the way across table. And he's just got to make sure the 2 ball doesn't do anything weird. You play it in such a way that the 2 ball doesn't come into play.
Oh
And
boy.
okay, he kept the 2 ball out of play, but that didn't end up with a nice line on the 8.
No, this got tough. I mean, this makeable ball, but
Yeah.
definitely not something you're looking forward to.
And if he was doing a practice drill or something, he'd be able to make this 8-ball most of the time. But it's definitely a very small target. He's not straight on it. If he gets a heavy contact or a bit, and it throws a little bit more,
Yeah, because you got to tip it in.
and
Great
there you go,
shot.
hit that perfect. So he's still
Really
he's still
well
in this.
played.
His mindset's still right. Good recovery, because he played a good run there. He unpicked it. He took a slightly complex position and simplified it. Then he ran into trouble and had to come with a good shot here on the 8-ball.
Right in the middle of the hole. Never caught any rail. Which was necessary to make it. Take a second. Thank everybody for joining us here at Mad Apple Extreme. We do appreciate it. We are inside the Mad Apple Burger and Billiard Company. It's located in Appleton, Wisconsin, right here on College Avenue. We're a 14,000 square foot scratch-made restaurant, pool room, and pro shop. I'm sitting next to M.H. Penglase. He is our pro shop manager and takes care of all the business out there. Wow, did you see the spin on that ball? He had a lot. Brought that ball forward.
Yeah, and he's been doing that. It pops back and then a little bit of follow. So he really does
Just watch the cue ball here.
and it jumps, doesn't it? Bang. Oh, yeah.
Really took off forward. Wide open table
that's
other
amazing.
than that 9-8.
It's kind of amazing, that shot. Yeah, he hit the rail so high up the table, almost on the kitchen line, and then came back. Wide open table. And Ray definitely...
Oh, 9-8 is kind of...
yeah.
Take care of it right here,
I
maybe.
think you mean the 13-8, yep.
Oh, yeah, 13, sorry.
There it is. Oh, did that ball go into the pocket? No. He hit the kiss, and that... So often that is the way, isn't it? Focusing on that break. Almost a perfect first shot, but if the ball doesn't go in, not. And it's just little things like that for Ray today in this match has made a big difference. And Ray definitely does have the game where he could break and run a few.
Oh, Jeremy pocketing both of those balls, so not even leaving that ball in the way for future. Well, I don't think he had that issue anyways.
Stripes are looking very nice, thanks to a good wide open break from Ray.
Yeah, and he took care of the only trouble ball there was. So
Ray definitely has been getting better spreads of the balls on his break.
yeah, you almost hate to leave that 12 for last though. So it's got to shoot it here.
And I hate to leave the 11 to last too.
Yeah,
I'd be shooting the
I would
11.
have shot the 11 also here,
I think he's got an angle where he could have just gone down to the bottom rail and come back out for either of those two. But
it's gonna pop over between
Yeah,
the
if he-
6 and the 3.
if he plays it good, which
Right
he's
back to
probably
the side
going to,
rail.
there's no complaint.
Uh-oh.
Speed
Uh-oh.
and angle. Like I
Well,
said,
now there's a
should have shot
complaint.
that 11 first, huh? I'm not doubting Jeremy's shot
Pretty sure I
choice.
just saw him mouth something, and it looked a lot like "darn it."
Yeah, and if he played that perfect, no one would have said anything. But I'm definitely not doubting Jeremy's shot choice because he's such a great, solid 8-ball player. I've commented on a bunch of Jeremy's matches, and there's no doubt he's super, super strong makes really good decisions, and he makes it look
Well,
easy.
but it doesn't mean he makes all the right decisions, and I think you're right. I think that was probably, he should have maybe thought about that 11.
But really, he could have hit that shot better, and no one would have complained about the shot choice. Well, we actually did before he shot it. He's a good shot here.
It was pretty safe, though. He wasn't going to leave anything for Jeremy, even if he would have missed that ball.
Yeah.
Jeremy didn't have really a pocket for the 11.
Looks like, yeah, I mean, you'd hate to give Jeremy a chance at that. Bank on the 11 past the 8. But no problem, because he made that 6 ball look simple. Just rolled it into the middle of the pocket. Just got to make sure you don't somehow bring the 11 into play, and being on that side of it is a good thing.
Careful, careful.
But I wonder if he thought he was going to nudge that 11 with that speed. He's okay. He can just go with plan B here.
Yeah, 2 slide over for the 4 into the side, and then the 3.
Yeah.
You got to be careful, though. You got to get enough angle on the 4 that you can get past the 11 on the 3, so... you can get a wrong angle here for the 4 on the side. Oh, so he didn't even go that way. Little draw shot.
It's a good job.
Like it. This is nice, too, because it leaves you a natural two rail around for the
Basically,
for the 8
stop
ball.
shot, is it? Or
Yeah,
just-
stop shot. Well, maybe he's just going to go 1 rail. I personally like stopping a little shorter there and playing 2 rails out for the 8, but
Yeah, or even rolling forward a hair. Give yourself an angle. But there's nothing wrong with this, though, is there?
no, it looks good.
Simple. All right, Ray. Little pep in his stride now. And like I say, Ray can definitely break and run a few if he's breaking well.
Well, he had that last break. He rattled that ball. Otherwise, I think he would have got that game. But he ended up getting it anyway.
Got it back, yeah.
On a rare mistake by Jeremy.
Yeah, you can't rely on that. But Ray will take it.
Well, he does just crush that break.
And look what a layout. Most of his breaks do this. Half the ball's up table. Also well spread. You still got to pick some good routes and thread the needle. Because like we've seen, you just get the nudge that you weren't planning on a ball here or there, and all of a sudden a nice open position closes up.
This stripes all day for me. What do you like?
Well, the first shot almost has to be a stripe. And yeah, I like them. I don't know exactly how that 10 and 12 are sitting and which pockets he's got for that. 10, if the 10 does go, which it probably does, it's not too bad. The 9 ball, you've got to get on it in the side, and you could do that after these first 2 shots. So, yeah, I mean, might be the 13 ball first to get on the 15.
Yeah, if you were open on solids, you would be taking them, I think.
Yeah, and he's got a shot on the 7 if you really loved him. But
Yeah.
because stripes are good, there's no point taking that missable shot on the
That's
7.
a bad angle there.
Yeah, that's right. Just because the balls are open, there's no gimmies here. You got all of a sudden, wrong speed.
I mean, I think he
wrong
can
angle.
still hold it. He's looking at it yet. I think it isn't quite as bad as it looks on camera, I think.
Trying to figure out, where the line is, where it becomes difficult. And now he's going to look at this 15 and judge if he can actually stay there. Yeah, and now look at that. So what that tells you is after going around and looking at the 15, he can't stay in the happy zone. He's going to drift out of it and decide whether he really wants a awkward cut on the 9 in the side, and the cue ball's then traveling in the wrong direction, away from the bottom end of the table. And so this angle on the 10 is awkward. And he's bridging. He's jacked the back of the cue up. He's bridging out because of the 6. Actually, it's not, is it? And the 9 does not go in the corner, so he's going to have to come back for it.
Probably could come off the rail off the 6 if he was real confident about it.
Yeah, if you sit good on that shot and you like it, it definitely could happen. And the reason you might consider that is all of a sudden everything's open again if you make it. The last thing you want is to
stop and take a quick glance at it.
Yeah, the last thing you want is to miss another ball and hand another rack over to Jeremy. And there he's trying to look at where he can get on the 10. Oh, actually, he's on the 10. And whilst trying to gauge the kiss on that second ball,
safety
manages to not make the 10. You think he's got a safety there, an accidental safety?
2 ball, maybe.
Yeah, he's got a shot on the 2.
I think that's just about it, though. Might be able to see past the 8 to get to the 6, but I don't think so.
No, I don't see any safety options for Jeremy. Not that he's probably looking for one if he's got an open shot on the 2. Well, I mean, I feel that it just looks like he can shoot the 2. It's not a gimme.
Can't see the 6.
No, it doesn't look like it. Oh, yeah, you're looking right at it on inline. You got a good view through the commentator's window.
That 2 looks tougher from the window than it does from the screen.
But he's standing on the line from the cue ball to the 6 and just staring at it for a long time, so I don't know what he's thinking there.
The 7 doesn't go past the 6, I don't think, so.
I think
really
it does.
Pretty fortunate.
I think the 7 does go past the 6, but it may be taking part of the pocket out. Yeah, and if you clip the 6, it definitely ruins it.
Well, gonna go for it.
He's shooting the 7 ball. This looks tough. From that angle, this looks like a very small pocket with that 6 ball. Look at that. Hit it perfect.
Jeez. Just puts her straight down, but nothing, no reward really. Got to bank the 6 maybe.
That was quite amazing. I mean, that tells you either A, I mean, I just thought the 2 ball was more makeable. I mean, maybe we were wrong and he didn't have a shot at it, but maybe he just loved this shot on the 7 because he hit it good. He's got that nudge and he's forced into a bank shot here, which he makes look easy. And he's on the 1. Wow.
Man.
Incredible. It
3 in
looked
a
like
row.
he was, yeah, I saw that. I'm like, why is he aiming that? What an incredible, that looked easy to the untrained eye. That shot was simple, wasn't it? But that was a long distance between those balls. And so had to strike that really accurate. Look at this combination that just sort of, at first glance, looks simple when you see him do it like that. But that was not an easy combination.
Still got trouble with the 3 here.
Yeah, if he gets
Now he's
behind
got
the
trouble
layout,
with it
big
too.
time. Hooked himself on both balls. At that speed, I'm going to guess he was planning a kiss on the 11. Which he did not get. And at the first sign of any emotion from Jeremy, he taps the floor with his cue. You don't see much emotion from Jeremy, although inside he's got a burning desire, which is why he's able to achieve what he does. One of the driving factors, I should say. He's got a jump shot here to save it. Well, good hit, but no cigar. He's a little bit lucky that he's covered the 10 ball in the corner. Looks like the best option here, or the least difficult shot, would be a thin cut on the 9 in the side, which is definitely not a gimme. After watching Jeremy make that long distance, fairly straight combination look easy, he might be tempted to shoot the 9-14. No, not that that's going to change how Ray is thinking, but so I'd be cutting the 9 in the side. He has a potential if he doesn't like that.
Off the rail first 10 ball is what he looked at too. 10's
Yeah.
almost inside enough that you'd want to shoot
Yep.
that, but
Or even a kiss shot off the edge of the 12 and call the 10.
or for that matter, off the edge of the 11 and call the 10.
I was going to say that first. Now looking at the overhead view, I don't know if he can or not. Maybe he can see the 11, and that would be another kiss shot if you can see the 11 thick enough. So he's got several tricky shots to choose from here. All of them are makeable. All of them are missable.
I think is he playing the combo? He might be.
9 in the side. Oh my God, he played the combo. Can't believe it.
Oh, I think he bumped that enough to give Jeremy a shot at that in the side.
Yeah, it does look like he can shoot the 2 in the side. It's tricky, this.
Really very, very unfortunate from Ray's perspective, just because he played that shot smart. The 2 was in a position where he would have left Jeremy really nothing on that miss.
And that's possibly why he went for it, is the safety considerations.
But then to have that ball come back and kick the 2 just far enough to give Jeremy an option.
And this shot on the 2 ball, the 14 kind of crowds a little bit. You have to make sure you don't accidentally hit the 2 ball too straight whilst trying to avoid the 14. But, of course, you've hit the 2 ball too straight, it hits the 12 and may not go in. And after all that, what about the cue ball? You've got to have enough spin and follow. He wants a good watch. Do you have that on your phone where you can record it? Because I don't.
Just video. All right, MH is going to step out and looks like Nate already got it. And I'm pretty sure it was a good hit. Nate took care of that. Jeremy came out of that really well.
Good hit.
Yeah, it was. We're going to watch it again here after this 8 ball. It's going to take Jeremy to 12 games. And it did. Be easier to tell from
really.
the overhead, really.
It's
once.
the direction that the balls travel is, no doubt. You couldn't cut the 14 that way.
Look at this. little
Oh,
bump
wow.
he got there at the end.
Wow. Let me
Yeah.
see that again. How
All
did
right.
How did he end up? If that 14 hadn't gone in there, would he have had a shot? Because it's a tricky, complex little shot, this. A lot of spin.
Yeah,
I think he
just-
played good position on the cue ball
just
to
perfect.
just get there anyway. Yeah, you need a lot of outside spin there to zing it down the rail enough to get on that 3. 12-6, twice. Jeremy's twice raised score. And mooring, he's only 3 racks away from the finish line. Another dry break. He's had a lot of those. 7 of them, by my count. Jeremy needs 3 racks. Ray needs 9.
Well, that was another really big game, and I think just that little bump was pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, that was big. And then this is one that would really hurt if he turns this one over, because Jeremy broke dry. Balls are spread nicely here. And yet again, Ray needs a good plan and a good execution.
I think our safety counts off a little bit here, but
Definitely haven't been many though. I'm sure it probably is off. Yeah, there must be more than one total. But has there though?
yeah.
Definitely not been much in the safety side of things. It's been a lot of attempted runs and some missed runs. So he's got stripes. The 15 does go past the 1 ball. So he's just going to clear these balls up table first. He's got a really good chance here to run this one. And the 8 goes. So last 3 balls, obviously a stop shot on the 15. Leaves himself probably a nice angle on the 11 or to get on the... That one fell in off the far point with a little help from gravity. He didn't really want to be straight on this 13, and he didn't hit that last shot exactly as he was supposed to. He kind of ended up just coming in off the edge of the pocket. He'd like to have had a little angle on this 13, and he may have just a little angle. We'll see if he punch draw. Yeah, good. And this one, it seems simple, but you've got to gauge this angle on the 11 to make it really simple. Plan A would be to pick these off without having to kiss any balls. And so the angle he gets here is going to determine whether that's going to happen. Wow, he went to the right side rail. Yeah, he's absolutely perfect there. Nicely done. My goodness, he's okay.
7 games brings himself within 5 again.
If he'd frozen on that 3, that'd have been a momentum killer, wouldn't it? But a nice quick run for him there. So he's gaining momentum. He's going to feel, he knows he's the underdog in this position, but he also knows that he's dangerous and he knows how to play pool.
Well, I'll tell you, this is what I was talking about before. You just don't want to leave the door open for Ray because he's never fully out of it.
Yep. Yeah, no, he's a hardened match player.
Still smiling, still still having a good time. Put his math hat back on.
There you go. Now he's chit-chatting to the crowd.
The
But-
crowd Mason.
Mason over there and Nate Mindham over on the other side. He's got them both into this conversation and talking about some unrelated subject to prove how cool he is.
Same break again. So it comes just past that side pocket and then go forward back to the center.
There you go. A nice opportunity to run these balls. Another good break. So that was a break and run, wasn't it? That previous rack.
It was.
Marking that one. And by my scoring, that was his first break and run. And I've got Jeremy at 3. A lot of these racks have just ever so slightly fallen short, and we've been close to having a lot more. So his planning here is going to have to involve picking the 10 ball out of there somehow. Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to go into it. It was a bold shot. Decided to just give it a tap. He did break it out. Has he come up with a shot on a stripe? He's got a thin cut on the 9 ball, which would let the cue ball fly. He's got potentially, I don't know. I think the 4 ball's stopping him cut the 10 ball in, so he can play a bank shot. That might be his best option here. The 3 ball could get in the way here, but not if he hits it right. Sort of a dead weight. Oh, no, he hit it. That's a great shot. Replay time. It's good recovery, that, because he had a nice open table. He had a little awkward position there. Fired in the bank shot, no fear. Still got to come with a good decision and a good another shot here. Hit this with good speed and fired it in. At that speed, it needed to be more accurate, and it was. So here's an awkward shot too. I mean, he obviously has a shot on this 9 ball. A cue ball. He can either let the cue ball kiss the 3 or try and avoid it. But if you avoid it, where's the cue ball going? It's going to the rail close to the other corner pocket. He needs to get out for a shot on his next stripe.
Oh, wow.
So there we go. Ugh.
Huh.
And I kind of feel that the reason he overcut that is because he wanted to hit the 3 as full as he did. If he'd cut that 9 ball in to the center of the pocket, the cue ball would have just brushed the edge of the 3 and sort of disappeared. And at that speed, he would have ended up on the bottom rail without a shot. So that's one of those examples where you think the position lured him into missing the shot.
Rail will get close. He may win, is what Cardboard King says. And we got Mad Max says, looking like Aaron Rodgers with that hair. That is not a great roll.
Wow.
Pretty sure he ended up dead tight against that one. Maybe.
Oh, he's getting right down on it, so he's on the 2. He's okay. He survived. Or is he? Yeah. That was very close.
Almost talked himself out of it the other way. Hit quite a bit of that rail.
Yeah. There you go. Nice angle to get down on the 3 ball. If you were taking ball in hand on this 3 ball, you'd be not quite so steep on it. Can he still hold it for the 1 in the side? Or does he have to go?
Oh, boy.
Wow. And that's almost an example of exactly the same thing that we were just talking about. I was just talking about moments ago. In order to slow the cue ball down, you hit the object ball too thick. And even if he was planning on shooting the 6 next, if it had run much further than whereas, he was going to hook himself on the 6 too. And if he'd cut that ball so it was actually close to going into the pocket, the cue ball would have had a lot more speed. So reprieve for Ray. And if he runs this rack, the score's going to be 8-12, which actually doesn't sound that bad.
4 games off.
All of a
That's
sudden,
definitely doable.
You feel that a comeback is in reach.
Well, and I mean, the thing is, when you got Jeremy making the mistakes that he's made here, you start to, I don't care who you are, you start to waver a little bit. But Ray's got to make sure he takes advantage here, gets out.
That'll do nicely. Now keep it simple, Ray, and get yourself nice and straight on this 8 ball. Gentle roll with the right speed and the right hit. Will do nicely. And he's picking up the speed now, Ray. Now, for most of this match, not many people were thinking that it's likely at all that Ray would come back. But this is winner breaks, and he's breaking well.
Yeah, he's breaking really well, actually. I mean, I would guess he's got a better percentage odd of breaking and running than Jeremy does at this point, just because Jeremy has had quite a few unsuccessful breaks.
And he's definitely a student of the break, and you talk to him about it, and he loves to talk about, well, he doesn't want to give everybody all his secrets, and I kind of bullied him into a little bit of it the other day, but he talks as if he's got a lot of secrets regarding break shot. And when it comes to breaks, he's definitely getting the better of it in this match. And there it is again. Okay, the cue ball got kicked, and he survived that. But before he got kicked, he was another pretty well-controlled pop break. Cue ball just bounces up a little bit and doesn't travel far.
14 and the 5 are the issues here, I think. The 14 isn't horrible, so
yeah,
I like stripes here.
And that's
So
the
you have
advantage.
this 3-ball cluster down here in the end. You got to work your way through.
And that's the advantage of breaking from fairly straight onto the rack, is you have a good chance to send half the balls up table.
Yeah. Yeah, 13 to the 15 is going to be his play. 15 either in the side or the corner, goes either one. Then 14 to the side, 10. Or I'm sorry, it's not 14, that's the 12 to the side.
Thirteen's a little bit steep, though, isn't it? So you can't really sort of just
You
stay
just
there.
hit this flat, I think.
I think you have to bump into something, don't you?
I don't think so. I think he just goes straight up. He may catch the edge of the 4, but
He might.
real easy, just flat shot.
Super soft. Okay. Yeah. Right.
And left both of them open. I think I prefer the corner here, and then set for the 12 in the side next.
Yeah. I also.
If it goes in the corner, I mean,
if the 6 ball's not hindering it, making corner pocket difficult. Yeah, it seems like you do have more control with the corner pocket. Shooting the 15 we're talking about, of course.
Yeah, 15 up in the corner, then you're going to the 12, then the 10.
And a little stop, stun, drawish shot. You'll get him right where he's pointing now on the 12 on the side.
Well, he's going to have a little bit of a trick even 3 balls ahead here. When he shoots the 10 to get down to the 14, it's going to be, with the 6 sitting where it is going to be an interesting shot to get there.
That's the key here, isn't it? Out of these 3 balls, the last one has to give you a really nice angle to get down there. For the
Oh, boy.
Oh, how did that not go in?
Well, he cleared the 6 by quite a bit, so.
Yeah, and obviously blocking that pocket down there makes things a little bit more complex. And Jeremy's only got the 2 ball close to the 5 to solve the 5. And even if you'd get an angle to shoot the 2 and bump into the 5, that doesn't necessarily mean it's clear and free. And if you end up freezing it against some of those stripes or just leaving it in a position you can't get on it, that shot can get you in trouble. He's got a shot on the 3 ball here in the side, which could go. He could use that to go and play a little kiss, maybe on the 8. If it was me playing, I'd be hitting it really hard and going into those. But something tells me the better, more sophisticated, more controlled player that Jeremy is not going to blast into him like I would. And Jeremy is a master at 8 ball, really. He's pattern playing decision making. So if he gets out here, we're going to learn something I am, which is how do you deal with the 5 ball? And you're not really going to leave it to the end of the rack, surely. Sometimes you have to. You try and get an angle and you miss your angle and you're forced into going to plan B and plan C and leaving your breakouts till late. But not if you don't have to. However, he is just shooting these balls up table. Beautifully threading the cue ball between those 2 stripes. So I guess it could be pointed out that the 5 ball could go all the way up table into this, as we look at it, bottom left pocket. I don't really like that because, I mean, what exact position you'd have to play to get on it? From the 2 or from the 6? I don't like it. Maybe it's better, actually, if you leave the 2... All right, how about this? You leave the 2 ball till... No, I still wouldn't leave it till last, but you shoot the 2 ball and draw into the 8. Which gets you on the 5, but probably puts the 8 in trouble. Are you paying attention here, Kendal?
Yeah, I am. I'm just trying to figure out whether you roll up here or not. Take the chance that you're going to... There's nowhere to bump the 5 to is the problem.
Yeah.
And even if you get to the right side of the 8 ball, you're going to push the 8 into trouble. So ideally, I think you want to shoot the 3 and then set for the 5 down here in the corner off the 2. Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah,
He's in trouble here. Even if you push this 8 over, I think you're gonna have trouble getting the 8 somewhere where it's gonna be easy to get to off of this 5.
it's tough to say that about Jeremy because when he's got open shots like this, and so here's the shot right here. Just getting up, rechalking the cue. This rack is all about this shot. Bang. Hit it solid enough, get it out of there. Problem solved. Genius. And there you go. Jeremy again finds a way to get through complex situation and simplify it. Did you get a replay on that one? That was a good one. The entire rack, I've been droning on about how we're going to deal with the 5 ball, and there it was.
Not sure that I got it. Nope, I missed it.
Round the angles. With a 6 in the
Round
same
the
pocket. How
outside.
nice was that? That was a good one. No. Spidey sense tells him
Still tough.
got a little bit of much more angle on the 6.
Draw it to play the 8 in the corner.
Another kiss.
Touch it a little bit. No,
Oh,
no.
no, okay.
Even better.
Very good.
Didn't
Played the
look
last
like
3
he had
balls
enough there.
all in the same side pocket. Good out, Jeremy.
Putting him to 13, 2
Yeah.
games away.
He had made a few errors in the last few racks, which is why Ray is in a position where he's not completely out of it. But so Jeremy needed a good one there. He needed to not break down, and he didn't. Class act, that's why. Can learn a lot from Jeremy. Planning, 8 ball. $13.8. Definitely seems quite a lot worse than 12.8. And guess what's even worse than that, folks? Go on, Kendal. Fill in the blank.
I have no idea.
14.8 was the answer. Okay,
Oh,
on the
I
hill.
see.
If he wins this rack, he'll be on the hill. And Ray's 8 looks like a long ways away.
It does, for sure.
What are you doing? Playing video games now on your phone?
No.
Blocks. What is this? Take out the blocks.
No, that's something different.
Yeah, move that block over, Kendal. That will work.
No, that's an ad.
Back to the match.
Another dry break.
Yeah. He played it. He changed his break there. And one thing you can say about it is they opened up better. Didn't help him on the old making a ball front. So Ray's not shut out yet. At times like this, I wish I'd listened to what my mother used to say.
See, play this 5 off the. What did your mother say? Sorry.
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
Play this 5 off the 12, slide down, put the 2 in the same pocket. Oh, I guess you got to follow up here, maybe. It's hard to say what his angle is.
Good little shot.
Perfect.
Kendal wakes up for one prediction and he gets it right.
It's a good guess.
Tough to get on the 3-ball.
Yeah, I tell you, he's got it right now, I think, if he decided.
And if you do that, then all of a sudden it's tough to get on the 2-ball.
Look at this shot.
How's your speed?
Right
How's your
back in there.
speed?
I think he got there, honestly.
What's his body language say?
The one goes either way, but if he could have if he got on that 3-ball, he's probably sitting even better. He just tap the 3 and play the 1 up in the corner by his left hand.
Shooting the 1.
Hold it for the 3 or slide over for the 6. Hard to. Oh, boy. Shot it right into it. He forgot to throw it. I think he was just trying to throw it and hold
Yeah,
it.
You have to miss that. You know, not only does he have to miss that stripe on the way through, but you'd think you'd have to hit it slower than that to give it a chance to still go in after it brushes the side rail. His only saving grace in this rack is the fact that these stripes are a little awkward.
Yeah, just that 12-9, huh? Or is that the 15-9?
I think he's going to try and go into these 2 stripes on the other side of the table.
Yeah, right here. Yeah. Maybe. Nope.
You know, we should have a 10-second delay so we get all our predictions right.
Yeah, it'd be better. Who wants to be wrong?
Well, nah, it wouldn't be real, would it? Keeping it real. He's got to do something with those 2 balls on the other side of the table there. And if he does end up conceding, well, just find a way to get back the 9-ball. The 50. Oh, there you go. Look at this shot. Hit the button, Kendal. Hit the button. That was brilliant. That opened this up and gave him a good chance. Look how good this shot is. He's on the 9-ball, and the 15, I think, goes past the 4. So rack's still not over yet, but he's definitely given himself a reasonable chance here with that shot.
Puts it down the rail. The question is that 13, huh? Does 13 go right now, you
Yeah, I
think?
feel like I was looking at that. I think he can make it right now, and he's as perfect as you could be on it. Draw back. He's going to, he's only got half a pocket here. Draw back for a shot on the 15, and he's only really got half a pocket for that one too.
I think he's going to go to the side
Oh.
pocket here next, right? Yeah, side pocket down to the end rail, and then come up and shoot that 15 right before the 8.
Okay, so that says he wants to shoot the 15. The 8-ball in the end in the side pocket. The other way, he could have ended up shooting the 8-ball in the corner pocket. But yeah, he's going to. little bit straight on this 12. Not exactly straight. He can play a spinning follow shot or a deep draw shot with the other spin. He's only got half a pocket here.
Yeah, fortunately for him, he doesn't have to do much with this cue ball at all.
Right. Yeah, with that angle, you can just play a gentle little drift over slightly.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's another well-executed shot, which is we expect him to make this ball. Because he hits the balls so well.
Gets him to the hill.
Yeah. That could be trouble for Ray here. Let's see how his break turns out. He's had a couple of better breaks. He did switch breaks, and that last break opened up really well, but he still didn't make a ball. And it's not like do or die for Jeremy here, but if he makes a ball and opens it up and runs out, he'll be happy. So he's gone to the side rail now. This is yet another break. Type of break. That also didn't work very well unless this 4-ball gets kicked in. No, another. He's found several ways to get wide open tables with dry, hand his opponent the option.
Well, and unfortunately for Ray, it hasn't been to his benefit.
Yeah, and he's going to kick himself. When he looks back, and if you ask him, he's not going to be too happy with his performance.
Well, no, because he has had some opportunities too.
Yeah, it's not like he's shooting super bad, 7 out of 8 shots or 6, but if you throw one bad shot in every rack, you at this level against Jeremy, you lose and have a very one-sided score. Looks like he's been on the verge of winning a lot of these racks. Let's see if he can pick these off. Yeah.
6-ball, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
And the 1-ball's surrounded. So in order to, one thinks he's going to shoot the 2 here. If he gets a nice angle on the 7 where he can play a draw shot off the bottom rail. Oh, no, follow and get on him right now. That's actually really good. What he's done there is much better than what I was suggesting. He's given himself a chance to take out the 1 and the 6. And he's still going to have to come back. Oh, he's lining up like he's going to... It doesn't make any sense, I don't think, to shoot the 1 and then the 7, which is what he looked like he was lining up. But, yeah, you're going to have to come back for the 7.
I like that shot. He's on the 6 here.
Okay, so that means the 6-ball just goes past the 10 and there's no problem. Later. Otherwise, he would have drawn back and played the 6 the long way, is what I was thinking. But reevaluation says, no, you know what? I do. Those stripes are still taking part of the pocket away. But he's not worried about it, is what he's telling us.
6 is a perfect lead into the 8, though,
Yeah,
too.
okay.
It's just stop shot. This is the toughest shot he's got right here. It's pretty straight on. He's got to draw back at least 6 inches here to make a good play to the 6 next. So
Yeah, you want to get good on the 6, just because I don't think...
might have enough
got the
angle to
whole
go
pocket.
forward. I can't tell what he's doing. And he did. So that's a good shot there. Perfect, actually.
Yeah, he's picked these off well, and he's showing you, look, I can still run racks. I'm still thinking in a positive way. He's got a tall order up against him. He cannot let Jeremy win another rack. And he still needs another 7 himself, including this one.
Good job to go forward there and get the proper angle coming into this 6.
Staying focused. That's good.
9 games, so still within 5 if he can make this 8. There she is.
All right, Ray. And he knows how critical the break is right now. If you don't make a ball, it might be your last shot. If you scratch, big trouble. He's got to play perfect from here on out.
Sometimes that's inspirational. Sometimes it really makes you turn it on.
Sometimes it makes you put a little bit too much into the break. No, but he controlled the cue ball. He's just worried about bouncing off the table, which you see that happen in these kind of stages in a match where you just need a little bit more. But no, another good break. Splattered them all over the table, made a ball, cue ball in the center of the table. Figuring out if he likes solids or stripes here. Solids really do look clearer if the 2 ball goes. It looks like the 2 ball does go. And then if you can get on the 4, at some point after that, the 3 will go to the same pocket. Now, I feel the reason he started with the 6 is he just didn't like his angle on the 2, and he's ended up with the same angle. He doesn't like the fact that he's kind of going into this stripe, and if he'd been on the other side of straight, this 2 could have been popped in, and he could have got nice position on the 1. So that didn't really gain him anything. He had a chance to, but just didn't. And sometimes you can play a draw shot where it hits solid off that kiss on the 13 and then draws back. Because you don't really like the idea of trying to force and follow through it. Now he's thinking, can I just stop right there? A gentle shot and a gentle kiss on the 13 to stay there, to leave himself a shot on the 4 ball down table.
Well, I mean, the thing is here, he's only got about 1 ball wide. Can't catch any of the 10 here, really.
Yeah, so a real soft shot here is sort of simpler and easier to control. And
A lot of
he's
left
he's
and overcut
I think he's just going to use the 13 to stop right there.
shot.
Perfect. Look at the amount of spin he used, the outside spin.
Yeah, a lot of left.
Right. Yeah, right.
No, left.
Yeah, that was right hand spin.
Did it?
And the reason he used that is to get rid of any chance that friction would cause a bad kick and throw the ball forward more randomly, catch the edge of the 10 ball. And here he just needs to play a stop shot, or he can, if he rolls, he's got to be careful he doesn't follow it in. Good speed. 7 ball sitting there nicely. So he's done well here to pick this off. He's thought his way through this. It took him a little bit to figure it out, and he's played a
Try and
couple.
run into the 12 here. Oop.
It's a dangerous shot, isn't it, running into the 12?
Why?
Because if you hit the edge of it on the wrong side, you can hook yourself.
You got the 5 or the 3.
Yeah, well, he wants to get on the 3.
He's
because
just trying to get
right
in the
through the gap.
middle of the table. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying is
Through the
that
gap.
angle.
Yeah, but with speed, so that if he goes through the gap, he sits,
Yeah.
sits on it good. I mean, yes, if he'd accidentally hit the 12 there, he would have had other options. But nice to get on the 3 nicely like he did.
Like the 3
Alright.
here and the 5 in the
Yeah.
same pocket.
Who would have guessed? He's going to shoot the 5.
See, I don't like it.
Makes it a little bit more weird, isn't it? It's not like you have to have the 3. He's thinking, what, the 3 gets on the 8 good, but, I mean, the 8, you can get on the 8.
Well, now you got a small window. You could get in trouble behind the
Yeah.
9, could get too far behind the 14,
Yeah,
or you could hit it dead perfect
like that.
like that.
But yeah, that shot had to be hit good. You could overrun it or underrun it and be in trouble both ways.
He's keeping it interesting here. He's got to go forward quite a ways because of how straight he is here. So it's not like you can just kind of
Punch
hold
it,
it.
whack this stun, and it just drifts out an inch or 2. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, he's right. On the rail. Focus here, Ray. Put this in the hole. And then you get to break
I
again.
mean, that gets him within 4 games. It's the closest the match has been since the very beginning. Not done fighting. But if you remember right from the beginning, that's one of the things I said about Ray is never count him out. He just has a way to stick in there a lot of times. So winner break, his break, as you said, going as strong as it is, he's got a chance.
Is he really 10-14 all of a sudden?
Yeah,
How did that happen?
that's what I said. It's within 4 games.
I think he can imagine himself running out this set now.
Either one of these players are capable, but I think Ray, with his break, the way it's working, is more likely. Well, not to run out at this point, because Jeremy only needs 1
Yeah.
to be able to run out.
He's got to control the cue ball and hope that he doesn't get unlucky and get some weird kiss or kick on the cue ball. Okay, cue ball safe.
Like this?
Yeah, right.
Jeez. I thought you cursed him there for sure.
So that is a break and run by that last rack. Stripes all the way on this one.
Yeah. Yep. 13 being the only even reasonably questionable shot.
And you don't feel too bad about it because you've got the 10 ball there to help you get on it. There you go. He's going around and eyeballing the lines on the 13. So he may be playing on the 13 right now with the 11. Sure is. Ooh. He's probably imagining hitting that with a little bit more angle, I think.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
It's sort of easy to get careless there, isn't it? Because that side pocket is so big from there, and it's like you can't miss the shot. But really, I have to assume he was thinking of cutting it a little bit more. Because now he's frozen on the rail, and this shot on the 11 doesn't look so simple. And in fact, he may not shoot the 13. Which 13? He is shooting a 13. And the 10's nice there that it can be there for you. He should have shots here. Well, he's looking good.
I think he's got to slide over for the 9 here. I think you got to hit this too hard to try and hold it. So I think you got to draw over, kind of try and bump the 15. Oop. Or go past it and go to the 14, even better.
That was a good shot. Yeah, Ray, the 12 does not go past the 9. Well, maybe it does, but why would you want to do that? Yeah. Yep. So that 12 ball up in the long corner that he's pointing to means you can play this 14 simply and roll it in.
I think I'd come out for the 9. I came out for the 12.
Yeah, and that's what he played. He went round and lined that up.
Knock down another one. Going to get himself within 3 games here if he can just finish these 3 balls.
It looks like he's walking around the table with a pep, confidently here. And of course, it's only in these positions where you're way down and then have an amazing comeback that you have a chance for such a thing. So it's even better for him if he can say I was way, way down and everybody thought I was out and I still came back. One mistake here and it's all over. But like we said earlier, Ray knows how to break and run racks. He knows how to play pool. He knows he's dangerous and he believes it.
Especially now, you got to feel the momentum changing. Which is hard to say when the other guy's on the hill, but
yeah, I mean, it's tough to imagine, isn't it? Even still, Jeremy not winning, sitting on the hill, but Ray definitely was not playing his best earlier in the beginning of the rack, or the match, or the middle of the match. But if you're going to turn it on and start playing good, right at the end is not a bad place.
now's the time.
So much is going to turn on the break. Even if he hits it good, he's still going to need a little bit of luck to hold. And you don't want your emotion to all of a sudden raise and make you hit it harder than you were planning. Because although it looks like a pretty hard break that he's not trying to hit it full 100% power. And he really is amazing, just going right down the middle. Just about an inch to the side. Balls go straight in the side pocket. Controls the cue ball. Another rack.
Great break
where
there.
everything is wide open. And we're beginning to feel we haven't seen Jeremy in a while. That's another break and run. So that's 2 consecutive break and runs.
ties him up with J-Fed for the amount of breaking runs. As this match tightens up and heats up. Ray not giving up.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, with the same number of break and runs, that we're counting them at 3 each, and way more dry breaks from Jeremy. The determining factor and the reason that Jeremy is ahead, of course, is Ray's had more unforced errors. Can't afford any more, though.
No, he definitely can't.
But he's playing different now. I mean, he's definitely got a chance here to. Oh, and this whole match.
Oh, no.
I just said it a moment ago. One mistake. He's not out yet. Jeremy's got to come with a good run here because of where the 11 is and the 14. So there's no gimme here. But Ray is kicking himself. He's storming. Storming.
He had solids here. I mean, I think you're going to see Jeremy take solids.
Oh, of course. It was an open table, so solids are looking good, yeah. Wow. One mistake.
Jeremy can just shoot the 11-3. He doesn't have to even mess with this if he doesn't want to. I wouldn't do that at all. Except for the fact that you're hanging the 5 if you shoot it this way. But
there's a little bit of pressure on Jeremy here because he has to know, okay, although Ray's still further away from the finish line.
I'll tell you what.
One mistake.
That is a pretty brutal shot right there.
He knows.
He's going to have to come off the rail first here.
Yeah. Now he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
There's a mistake. This match just got interesting, folks.
7
Wake
goes
up, everybody on the couch.
Off the 4 pretty easily. Is he getting his jump cue out?
If anybody out there can hear me, there's still some match left in this match. Some game left. Because Jeremy knows. That's a good shot, Jeremy. Good shot. Put him back favorite to run out here. But Jeremy knows he hasn't shot in the last couple of racks, and he knows that Ray's obviously picking up some confidence. And if he gives this table back to Ray, he's just giving Ray a chance to make a glorious comeback. However, Ray's not back at the table. Jeremy is. And he's got open shots. 4 balls left.
Yeah, it really comes down to this shot right here, actually.
And they both coughed up $500 to play in this match, and $1,000 winner takes all. This is not just for fun, not for them. I hope they're enjoying it. The players, that is. I don't know if they are. Whoever wins this is going to look back and say, yeah, that was good.
Well, I mean, I think it was a good match one way or another. I think both players had their moments. I think Ray made more mistakes early, which put him in a bad situation, but he definitely capitalized at the end.
Out of all the mistakes that he's made, that last one where he just hung that ball where he really didn't have to, is the one that really is going to be playing his mind, and that's the one that hurts.
Yeah, I like his plan here. I think you got so much room to come around table here to get on this 2 different. It's pretty tough
Need
shot.
a good angle on the 2 to get back on the 8, because the 8 doesn't have. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Hello. What's going on here? And now Jeremy's chit-chatting to himself.
I'll tell you what, the Ray Skenandore fans are cheering now.
And he's got his family members over there. Mum and Dad and Brother Barry all sitting in the corner there. Ray, that is. Hoping. Willing. Oh, that's a great hit from Jeremy.
Yeah, it was.
You did the best you can, and you got a good hit. He knows it's
Yeah,
probably
he's
not
not
enough.
happy, though.
Yeah, he knows it's probably not enough. Ray gets a reprieve.
Well, and even though you're trying not to just hit this ball,
It's a good hit.
It's a good hit. And
He needed it to go into the pocket, which would have been a fantastic shot. He did well just to hit it.
Oop,
Yeah,
I
you
never
better twins
I
back.
never
We're gonna,
switched.
we're gonna get
I didn't mean to do
We're
that.
going to get stuck in Groundhog Day here, Kendall.
Twice,
Let's watch
yeah.
that. Oh, should we watch it one more time?
No.
For
we
anybody
shouldn't.
who's interested in the match,
don't know how that
Ray just
happened.
made a good shot.
I clicked to transition and it didn't move. I
He's
like
playing
how
quick.
comfortable he looks.
Yeah, he's playing quick now, isn't he? Sometimes that's better. You're better off not thinking about all the mistakes you need to avoid. Just forget that. Just what's this ball supposed to be? In the hole. Where's the position?
I like coming up table 11 ball next, not trying to get too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. 14. Yeah, you played for the 14.
Or 14. Either way, that was the angle to come
Yeah.
up on.
Better than
Just not trying to
play on
hold
the
for the
12.
10. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, well, well. If he does come back here, this is just going to be one of the greatest comebacks ever against a super Jeremy Fedkenheuer.
Yeah. Well, we don't know about the full comeback yet, but he's for sure taking this one from what I can tell. And we're going to see him within 2 games. Who'd have thought that was coming?
Wow. That's quite amazing.
If you haven't shared yet, now's the time. This is just getting more and more exciting. Ray breaking strong. Got a great chance to run 1 or 2 or 3 even here.
Yeah. And Ray's in a position where he can't afford to make a mistake. He did make a mistake. And he got a reprieve. And now Jeremy has to sit and wonder, why did I let that happen? And am I going to get another chance? Ray's mum just came to the closer up to the table there and said something to him. I'm guessing it was, "Come on, Ray, you can do it," or something of that nature. Or it might have been, "Hey, don't forget to do the dishes when you get home." We'll never know.
Remind me I was going to give you a haircut.
Yeah. He's like, "You're going to let yourself look like that on TV?" And Barry is watching, very focused over there.
I can't say anything because the only places Ray doesn't have hair are places he chooses not to have hair. I got no comment.
You're like the exact opposite.
Right. Wherever I don't want it.
How's this break working, Ray?
So far, so good. Let's see him keep the cue ball on the table.
A lot of spin on that cue ball.
Oh.
Did he make a ball?
He didn't.
Wow. And he hit it good.
So, looks like Jeremy's going to be able to take advantage of that great break of Ray's.
Yeah.
Solids all the way.
And that's what makes 8 ball so interesting, because you might say, "Oh, that's a great break and he's got a great lie there," but he's still going to need a very good run here. And stripes look difficult, really, just because of all these balls up table and the 7 block in the pocket. Do you have a way to unpick these and make that corner of the table more favorable for stripes, or do you just say, "No, look, sure, why are you looking at stripes when solids are the ones that have pockets?" And the answer to that is, yeah, that's fine, as long as you can figure something with the 5 ball and getting on the 7. Combination 13-7 to open up the solids. And he hit that hard enough. I kind of in the back. I think he might have been hoping that
5-ball opened up a bit.
that ball, that flew across the table might have gone into those. But he's got a window there, and he's now going to point to it and show you where it is. That one. That's what I was trying to say, right there. Small, tiny window. Jeremy is very good at controlling his cue ball. And he's going to need an exact shot here.
It's short.
And he may have done that on purpose. Because he does have...
Off the 6 is kind of natural there, yeah.
I'm always thinking do it as quick as you can, but what if the second or third shot is just simpler and easier to get on that position? You don't want to shoot too many balls to wait.
I'd say here, 6 stop shot.
I have to think that he might have been giving himself a chance right then to get on it, but he obviously knew he has these other balls here. Plan B and the plan C to get on the window, and he's on it.
Definitely in the window. You got to make sure he can get out of the pocket here. He's got to get out of, away from the 9 and that 14, is it?
So a quick glance down table to see where he wants to be up table, but he's got to get in and probably back out the same window. Doesn't have to. He could go forward maybe, but...
You woke up Chris G. He must be watching behind, though, because that was a while ago.
What did he say?
He said, long day, almost nodded off until I said, get up and watch. Great match here.
Don't miss this ending, Chris. Okay, forward, yeah.
Forward and through.
No, that was nice. Now Ray knows that he's not
favorite that's going to be it here. 3-ball in the corner, 2 in the side, 8 in the same corner as the 3. Should be a done deal. Jeremy, you're going to feel good to put this away because he had to have been nervous. Still might be.
Well, it's not gimme yet. And it's been a great match. Dominant start from Jeremy. Ray's taken some time to really get into his stride. And he really has mustered a really good comeback. But I don't think it was quite enough, Ray. And this is not a lopsided score.
No. Couple mistakes early on really cost Ray this match.
Assuming he makes this ball, which I'm pretty sure he's going to. 15-12. Valiant effort for Ray. That's not going to be any consolidation to him.
The closest we've had to taking Jeremy down. It was a good match between these two guys. I hope you guys enjoyed everything tonight, and we look forward to seeing you guys on Sunday. We got our knights and our jesters and our queens that play off. So the King's Courts matches. We want to thank Ray Skenandore for playing today. It was really fun to watch.
Valiant effort.
Really great effort, I agree.
Demonstrated his attitude there, which is really good. I knew that about him. We said it when he was way back that he wasn't really going to change.
Absolutely.
He just got a little bit better, that's all. But again, Jeremy's going to be really tough to beat. He has a good chance to stay king of the hill for some time. That's what I told him last week. And
well, I think Mason's around for a while, so maybe Mason will.
So no King of the Hill next week.
Next week, no, but you guys will see us over at WSPA Team Tournament, so that's going to be a lot of fun to do. It's always an interesting setup, and we've got some great camera angles coming for you guys for the team tournament coming up next week.
That's right.
But before then, we got, like I said, the King's Court matches coming up on Sunday, starting at 11:15 a.m. with the Queens, and working our way all the way to the Knights at 4:30. Start time. So
Sunday this week, and presumably those are all cancelled next week. But we still obviously have in 2 days' time Sunday.
Correct.
And one more thing.
Yeah.
If anybody's interested in something else non-pool related, tomorrow there's the art fair at the Mad Apple.
There is, yeah.
And that reminds me, what do we have to do before we can go home here tonight?
Move a bunch of pool tables.
That's right.
So, but all right. As always, we want to thank all you guys for joining us. All the likes, the shares, all the subscriptions. That's what keeps this stuff running for free, and it does help out our junior players, so thank you so much for that. And as usual, I want to thank MH Penglase for joining us tonight and making sure that we got to listen to that wonderful accent.
Well,
of
thank
yours.
you for
Yeah,
forcing me to be here when
Yeah.
I wanted to be home. Just
No
JK.
problem. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Have a good night.